Yeah! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome to Bassmaster Live. We're getting ready to write the final chapter of one of the most memorable events in Bassmaster Elite Series history, the Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray in South Carolina. Take a look at these pictures from the takeoff a little more than an hour ago from Deer Island State Park here near Columbia, South Carolina. 10 anglers have made it to this final day, and we are going to see a show, and it has been a show thus far. And Mark Zona, two things we know. Anyone can win this thing on this day, any one of our 10, and we have an incomparable tournament lake this time around in Lake Murray.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Such said it earlier this morning. There are a lot of storylines coming in this final day, Championship Sunday on Lake Murray. And the great thing, we are hitting a lake at its peak. There is so much history on this body of water with the Bassmasters, but this time around, here's the best way to put it. You are going to have to knock their lights out to win this event, because that is exactly what we saw yesterday here on FS1.
Absolutely. These guys giving it their all and getting so much back from Lake Murray. Absolutely a body of water at its peak. What we're always looking for. Let's take a look at our leaderboard right now. How volatile is it out there today? Starting in 9th place, Brandon Cobb already with a almost 2-pound lead ahead of Hunter Shryock, who started the day in 2nd place. He remains there. Kyoya Fujita, who started the day with the lead, had a great 3 days of fishing. Only angler over 20 pounds over 3 days is in 3rd place right now. Man, oh man, so as you say, so many stories we got to explore today, so much entertainment in this next 7 hours of fishing. We invite you to stay with us on this Sunday for Championship Sunday here on Lake Murray. Right now, let's hear from some of our anglers to start the day, starting with Patrick Walters.
We're going for the big ones. I mean, I know everybody says that, but honestly, I mean, if we're catching 3-pounders, we got to go find 4s. If we're catching 4s, we got to go find 5s. It's just, we're going to go have fun today, enjoy the day on the water, because we got some ground to make up. We're 3 pounds back, so it's going to take a big bag of fish today. It's whoever really catches the big bag. These weights are tight. All the top 10 is within 3 pounds, 4 pounds basically. So, hey, goals, crack them.
Getting ready to go. We got 30 seconds till we go. It's exciting takeoff this morning. The fish are biting pretty early. Caught a lot of my fish early yesterday, so we're gonna try to run a bunch of points, see what happens, catch as many as we can, and hope they call up to a big bag. That's just the way. We're gonna go a numbers game today and see what happens.
Hey, Championship Sunday, Lake Murray, stop 3 on the Elite Series. I'm gonna try and have fun, to be honest with you. I got lucky yesterday, got some really big bites, made it into the top 10. And I'm going to try and repeat some of that this morning, but the weather's different, so I may have to do some adjustments during the day, but hopefully it'll go well, and we'll see how it shakes out.
These guys, these 10, so happy to be here. We're happy to be here in the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon for this Marathon Bassmaster Elite here in the studio. Here, Tommy Sanders, Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukon, and Mark Zona, though, I'm going to start with you. Usually at this time of day on Championship Sunday, we say, oh, the time for managing fish is over, being cautious, planning. These guys haven't been managing fish. They've been blowing out everything before them that sits in front of them, and we expect more of the same today, right?
Yeah, and really the whole story of this tournament so far is the rookie Kyoya Fujita from Japan. And we had heard he was very good with his electronics. Most of these anglers have something called forward-facing sonar on the front of their boat. Well, Kyoya Fujita has 5 forward-facing sonars around his boat. So basically, he is a 360 of technology out there, and he has found something the rest of the field has not found. So really what it comes down to in this tournament is massive amounts of technology against other guys that are just fishing, covering water. And Tommy, the best way to put it is your heart, your old school bass fishing heart says, man, you want to see one of those guys that are just out there bass fishing win this thing. But here's the thing. You can have all the sonars in the world. The dude knows how to use them in a very, very big way. The one thing to be said about your day 3 leader, Fujita, he is not catching a lot, but they have been giants so far in this event.
Absolutely. Everyone is going to very much enjoy watching this young rookie go to work today. And Ronnie Moore, the rookies are terrific here. We've got some veterans. We've got such a diverse field and getting to do exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, we talked about it. You said Fujita, one of the best, if not the best, with finesse tactics and his electronics on the Elite Series. He's at the top of the leaderboard. We've got some great topwater anglers. We've got a couple locals that know a lot about Lake Murray. And then we have some of the best sight fishermen in the game. This is a who's who for the top 10. We had 26 pounds, 1 ounce was the big bag weighed yesterday. 2 different anglers in our top 10 brought that to the scales. It's anybody's ball game with less than a 5-pound lead from 1st to 10th. One of the closest top 10s from top to bottom that we've ever had on the Elite Series going into a final day.
And Such, Ronnie mentioned those 2 measurements. Everything tells us it just seems to be getting better every day, more powerful.
The bass fishing, yeah, we'll see today what happens. I'm interested in seeing a guy like Bernie Schultz going winning his 359th B.A.S.S entry. And how about Hunter Shrike? If he wins, he just announced that the baby reveal, and you never know, it could be Murray Shryock coming up in our future here.
We shall see. All right, one more time. Quickly before we get out on the water, guys, around the horn one more time. Mark Zona, Fujita or the field? Which do you pick?
Give me Fujita.
Ronnie?
I'll go the field, but specifically Patrick Walters.
Okay. Such?
Wow. I got the field. I'm going to take the field. Cobb, Walters.
I'm with that, too. I think Cobb's going to be a big threat today. Caught more fish than anyone else. Just didn't run into any big ones yesterday. We will see what happened today. Let's take a look. Get you all started out, set up on our playing field, the extraordinary Lake Murray. Take a look.
Yeah, this has been one of the best Bassmaster Elite Series events we have had in many, many years, for the simple fact that this lake is absolutely loaded with 3 to 6 pound largemouth. Looking at your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, a ballpark about 50,000 acres, and really Dreer State Park to the dam. That section of the lake has been the biggest player. Not so much up the Saluda River this time around, where we have seen in years past, but you see that primary forage right there, blueback herring. These bass in this lake basically revolve their life around chasing and eating that little dude. It would kind of suck to be a blueback herring in Lake Murray right now. 50,000 acres of a perfect playing field. That is your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake of Lake Murray.
What a great place to stage this tournament here. Let's get you caught up on the history of our 4 days of fishing, 3 of them in the books already. And on day number 1, it was that man right there, Kentucky's Matt Robertson, blowing it out with 25.5 pounds. He found the big ones on day number 1.
Exactly right. Yeah. Taking a look at day number 2, Drew Benton sight fishing, and it got a little bit shaky for Drew Benton on day 3, not able to back up 2 23-pound bags. A lot of sight fishing tournaments, you definitely see that. His roommate caught a big bag doing that exact same thing yesterday, catching a lot of fish, but lost the size and lost the lead.
Drew Benton staying in there, though. He's in 10th place today. We look for Drew Benton to be doing exactly what he's been doing so far today. The weather conditions are different. We'll break down how that might affect his fishing as we go on through the day. And then on day number 3, Kyoya Fujita, who started the day with some mechanical issues, but still made it up and doing something you and Davey Hyde always point out, Mark Zona, something different from anyone else.
Yes, lost about an hour of fishing yesterday, and really fishing in about, call it 9 to 15 feet of water. And we talked about this X factor in this tournament. Could somebody find something that no other angler has found? And Fujita definitely has done that, not running a lot of spots. Only caught one big one yesterday, but yesterday and on Friday, big late day charges. And that's the one thing that's a little bit shaky with Fujita, definitely catching the size, but the numbers have not been there.
Kyoya Fujita, 26 years old. Even still, he's been the Angler of the Year in Japan 4 different times. Just an unbelievable career so far, very young age.
We've seen a lot of different techniques that you can use with forward-facing sonar, and we'll get into this a little bit more today, but Kyoya Fujita doing something in Japan that they call hover strolling, and it has been dynamite for big fish. I think this morning we saw a 2-pounder for him come across Bass Track, one of the smallest he's had all week. He's been only catching really big ones, and that's why he's our day 3 leader.
We'll be in the boat with all the 10 anglers all day long. That's the way they're distributed. Now let's go to one of the South Carolina favorites, starting in 3rd place, Patrick Walters.
Oh my God, that's a fish. I thought it was a rock. Oh yeah. How about that? That'll get us going. That was a rock. Let me get that unhooked real quick. Oh my goodness. That's that's what you call a butte right there, baby. Hey, one more like that. That might be for America, cuz. God, just stopped it. Just stopped it. That fish had rolled tide. Oh my goodness. They're schooling right there. Oh man.
He's got 4 wins. The last one 2020 on Lake Fork, 104 pounds.
Absolutely a top-tier guy since he landed on the Elite Series back in 2019. Very dangerous man today, Patrick Walters.
I'm saying that Ronnie picked Patrick Walters because he knew that he already caught that fish about 15 minutes ago.
No, I picked him on day one when I said we should be with him. That no doubt. Don't
Angler of the year,
box
right?
me in a corner like that.
You're innocent until proven guilty.
I said at 1 o'clock is when I changed my.
Not with this group. No, you're not.
No, you're not. Okay, that's right. Hunter Shryock, what a tournament! His best tournament ever with the Bassmaster Elite Series so far.
Watch out, watch out, watch out. I said I need to fish docks. I said I need to fish docks. God's good. Good morning, folks at home. We got started off with a 3 3/4. She's got a big head. She's kind of fat. Yeah, probably 3 3/4. Let's go, Brandon. We got 1 fish we need. I was just saying we're going to have 2.5 hours today to catch 25 pounds. 2.5 hours. That 2.5 hours is going to be from 10 to noon. And we just caught a bonus fish. We just caught a bonus fish, so that's going to be our window, though. It's going to be a grind when it gets to 10 o'clock. But if we can get a couple more of those before then, 2 6-pounders. Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. I got to slow down. I'm fishing too fast.
Wound up, ready to go. Hunter Shryock looking for his first Elite Series victory. He represents the
shallowest part. She was just off a little bit. That fish, those fishing a little bit later, they're going to slide up there to where you can't even hardly get to them.
He has led the charge to the bank. He's the triumph of the bank beaters, what he's working for this time around. And
Yes.
Brandon Cobb, man, what a hand. He's won already twice since coming out here 4 years ago.
Yeah, and Brandon Cobb going through a lot of bass. Caught more bass on camera yesterday on FS1 than any other angler.
What is that?
And he has had big mornings each day of this tournament.
That may not be a bass. Or I don't know. That might be a striper. It's feeling awful striperish. It still feels striperish. They do this sideways run thing. That's a bass. Pretty big one. He's not hooked. Great, I'm gonna grab him. He's not that big. But I can't grab nothing. Should just boat flipped him because I'm bad at grabbing. Got him. That's a good one. Like a 4-pounder.
If I pick Patrick Walters because he caught a 4.5 pounder, I'm saying Tommy Sanders and Mike Sukon picked Brandon Cobb because he caught that 4 pounder earlier. So we're gonna just
course.
do. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
What, are you kidding me?
I mentioned both of them.
Like, that's an advantage handed to me. TH Marine Weather Watch. It's been a little bit different every day. The first looks a lot more like the first 2 days, except colder today, Mark Zona.
Yes, and the one thing that's gonna, it's gonna be interesting to watch Drew Benton and Drew Cook, who've been focusing. Here's what's going on in the lake. There's still a lot of largemouth spawning. There is a shad spawn, which Hunter Shryock has kind of concentrated on, and then the herring spawn. And that cold night could knock some of those largemouth spawning back, but perfect conditions going into the afternoon for all of your sight fishermen. That's your TH Marine Weather Watch for Championship Sunday.
Boy, everything is looking good for one of the most dramatic finishes we have ever seen. The competition so tight, our top 10 starting within 5 pounds of each other. Hunter Shryock on top right now, followed by Brandon Cobb. Patrick Walters staying right there in third place. Keep your eye on Kyoya Fujita. Look at the future of the Bassmaster Elite Series for sure. Kenta Kimura, Drew Benton, Jason Williamson, Drew Cook, Bernie Schultz in his 42nd year fishing bass, and John Cox. Congratulations to all these guys.
The Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
A 3-hook pencil popper style topwater is always a real popular bait in any time on Lake Murray, but especially during the herring and shad spawn. This is a Yozuri pencil. This is actually a smaller 110. I'm probably gonna use this a lot this week because there's a lot of shad spawning in addition to a few herring. But this is a good bait because you can cast really far. You can work it real quick. It's a great bait for covering water during the shad and herring spawn.
Bass Pro Shops top lures, one of the masters of the South Carolina universe anyway, for sure. Brandon Cobb, he's in the thick of it today at the Marathon. Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray, the Elite Series anglers. We started with 103 of them. We're down to 10, and most of those 103 had never fished a Bassmaster Elite event here at Lake Murray because it's been 12 years since we have been here. Just a great joy to come back to this lake, which has somehow transformed itself into one of the hottest lakes in the world. There are our 10 as it stands right now.
And if you take a look at that 10, really very, very main lake oriented. Little pockets, little notches off the main lake. There are 1,000,000 points on Lake Murray, and that has been the concentration of a lot of our herring fishermen throughout this. And Drew Benton not really concentrating on that a little bit every morning. We're seeing him do that, and then he goes sight fishing out to Drew Benton Live.
Drew Benton in his 8th year as an Elite Series angler. He was the Rookie of the Year when he came out.
Okay, he ate that one. Shoot. Bleeding.
There was definitely, we didn't talk about it much, there was definitely a lot of shallow cranking on these points going on.
Golly. He's going back.
Get from Drew Benton before he gets into his sight fishing here over to Bernie Schultz. We talk about how volatile it is, how anyone can win. He came from the 40s, charged all the way into the top 10 in one day yesterday. That's how big changes can happen in a quick way here.
Yeah, that big bag yesterday, all of those coming on a topwater bait, a plopper style bait for Bernie Schultz, similar to what we've seen with Hunter Shryock this week.
Those fish are strong. Do this right. Make sure I don't
Definitely
hurt
seeing the crankbait play a little bit for Drew Benton, Bernie Schultz, and Tommy, got to call it out right now. I kind of messed up yesterday. We call all of our top 10 anglers and get a report for them going into the final day, and I actually called Mike Iaconelli, who gave me all the details of how he's been cranking them all tournament, and he did not make the top 10. And I had to call him back and apologize.
It's info is info. You know, you can just file it away.
Where we went right, where we went wrong.
There's always plenty of both. Here's John Cox.
Not too big, but man, I hit that cane walker. Well, he's a skinny one, but we'll put him in there. Gosh, that's what should be. There should be big ones like that on them bluegill beds. Hey, there we go. Even though we're fishing for 4-pounders, but we'll take them. I mean, at least I got a bite on this thing. I mean, that'd be terrible, throw top water all day. Oh, it just sounds awful.
Watch out for John Cox. He's the only angler whose weights have gone up every single day.
Yeah, some thick, heavy sarcasm there, because we would love, and he would love, to lock a topwater in his hand. And that is the beauty of Lake Murray. You were talking about it, Mark Zona, looking at the map and how the anglers are displaced. A lot of them main lake oriented, and it would probably be very similar map looking in the middle of the summer, but they're actually fishing deep. The fact that they could fish real shallow, but on the main lake, you can go in pockets. There's a lot of options here at Lake Murray this week, and it's cool to see guys like Hunter Schrock and now John Cox throwing a topwater.
1,500 different ways.
Hunter Schrock.
Biggin. Biggin. Giant. Coming your way. Coming your way. You got this fish, Hunter. You got her. You got her. Just. Okay, you're done. You're done. Done this a million times, bro. That one's for you, Dad.
He doesn't know where that 412 has given him the lead. He seems to be all business this morning.
Well, he is feeling all kinds of emotions, Tommy. And
Wow. Yeah, a little overcome, I think.
for sure.
Wow.
First one he called a bonus. How about this one?
Hey, in 2017, the year he qualified for the Elite Series, I covered him in the Opens. He got a third, and a second, and he had a valid shot to win all of those, came up short. I know today, if he hoists a blue trophy at about 3:30, it would mean the world to Hunter Schrock.
Absolutely. All of our top 10 are on the board already today. Things are starting out gangbusters as they have each and every day here at Lake Murray. Terrific, terrific performances by all of these guys, and who is going to wind up on top? We're a long way from knowing the answer to that one. There's our unofficial leaderboard. This is Bass Track numbers right here, and Hunter Shryock with that second fish right there. Two good ones. Just under 10 pounds, we figure, in the live well. On top, Brandon Cobb. Man, oh man. Playing the numbers game. Patrick Walters, crack him. That's his imperative for today. He's going to get started with that. He already has gotten started with that. Man, what a great start to our final day. Championship Sunday at Lake Murray at the Marathon Bassmaster Elite.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray is sponsored by Rapala.
It would be awesome to win this week, and honestly, I haven't really thought about it a whole lot. It's such a hour-to-hour deal out here, but at the same time, like, it wouldn't surprise me if we did do it this week, just because of this place that we're fishing at. You could literally feel like you're down and out, and within 30 minutes, have the bag that you need to win. And we're all capable of it. So I think anybody that does win this is going to come down right to the wire. But I feel like I have just as good of a chance as anybody else, just because, they're all swimming around everybody. Really good right off the bat. We caught a 5.5 pounder, and I said anything before 9 o'clock was a bonus. And it truly was. It was a slow grind. I think I caught my second fish around 9 o'clock, and it was just like one here, one there. And I really pushed the envelope on some things, but was able to get some bites doing some different stuff, so that really helped my confidence that I can still fish and do my things around the areas that I feel like the biggest bass are swimming right now. And hopefully tomorrow, with the conditions changing, it's either going to be really good for me or really bad. But we all have to deal with it, and it should make things interesting. Thank you, sir, for your pet. Dude, what a cluster. I'm gonna put it on this side.
Hunter Shryock ahead of schedule here today. He's got his 2 bonus fish in the boat, and he's got the lead.
No doubt about it, Tommy. It's been all rocks and docks for Hunter Shryock, fishing across from Deer Island State Park on a peninsula, about a 2-mile stretch, and really been fishing the rocks with a topwater bait, a Berkeley Chapo, and then a wacky rig on those docks. And the one thing that's been really amazing about that, call it 2-mile stretch, is it has reloaded every single day of this tournament so far, even with all the pressure that he has had around him.
Well, looks like we're going to get another dose of it today. They're there for Hunter Shryock so far. Again, we've got a long way to go. Always look out for this guy from Wagner, South Carolina. Not too far away and sort of dead in between. The
I think 40
big
miles,
herring lakes in this part of the world. Absolutely.
Between Clarksville and Murray.
Jason Williams. Got 2 small ones in the live well.
A lot of fish on a drop shot. But the bulk of his big ones on days 1 and 2 coming on a big Zoom mag trick worm with a 5/16 ounce shaky head, showing him something way bigger than we've seen a lot of these points.
Williamson overcame a 2-pound penalty yesterday for having 6 fish in the live well and making a cast.
Yes.
You lose 2 pounds and you call out your smallest. He would have been 3rd place coming into today, but instead was 8th. Still has a shot to win, but man.
I don't know, 5-pounder maybe, and then the next cast took another one I thought was a big one. Literally the exact same spot. Pulled it off too. So it's kind of like I'm catching a bunch of little ones. I've lost a couple better bites I had. I got like a 4.5, but it's been decent and bad at the same time. And honestly, there's a ton of local pressure where I'm fishing. I've only got on, I think, 3 of the spots I wanted to fish out of about 8 or 9 this morning. So hopefully it thins out a little bit and we'll be able to get on some stuff later. There's a fish right there. I think it's another little one though. Yeah, it's a little guy. Real little guy. Catching a bunch of these today. I don't know why. It kind of was like this yesterday though too. And then some bigger ones pulled up later. This is the kind of little hooky right here. You gotta watch out. Ooh. The ones like this get it, and the big ones seem to get the tail hook. But hoping to be able to get on a few places. There's quite a few places I haven't got to fish that I fished yesterday just because somebody's sitting on it. I see one straight across the boat's on right now. I'm kind of waiting to see if they'll leave. Been a little aggravating morning, but still catching some fish.
Brandon talking about one of the challenges today when a lake's this hot.
Man.
It says one of the anglers put it, everybody with a boat is going to be out here today.
Kind of unheard of
Yeah,
when
but
you're jerkbait fishing. You always lose a couple, and then had 2 good ones today get off, so 2 for sure good ones. And then maybe, I don't know, lost a few more, but that's the way it goes when you're doing this. I'm fishing this jerkbait so shallow. I mean, it's hitting the bottom every cast, and when they eat it, your hooks are down into the bottom. So it's kind of hard for them to really get it good is the problem with it. They bite it better than anything else sometime, but they don't get it great.
Tommy, I fish with Brandon Cobb. Even an angry Brandon Cobb is a happy individual.
Right.
He really is.
That's right. He can't get too worked up. He's just a good guy. You can see it's sort of a little bit post-frontal looking here today, a little cooler than it has been. Let's get a full update now from Fox Weather and Craig Herrera.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather's Craig Herrera, and this is the Marathon Bassmaster Elite Forecast. We're looking at weather out on Lake Murray in South Carolina for this weekend's tournament. Sunday, look at this. Highs into the mid-70s, a nice mix of sun and clouds. However, humidity a little bit high. Bit of a light breeze out there. Could also make it a little more difficult for casting some of those lines, but our pros can also expect nice temperatures throughout the afternoon. They will go up later in the afternoon. Water temperatures, by the way, in the mid-60s, which is a bit on the cool side, but should still catch some good hogs out there. Good luck to everyone. Remember, you can download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV device.
I know this sounds crazy, Tommy Sanders, but Craig Herrera actually won a little Tuesday night Wildcat Fruit Jar tournament out here a couple weeks ago.
Oh, see,
it's
he's into
24 and change. Yep, 24 and change.
He can dial us in on the weather.
That's huge for just a
absolutely.
3-hour night tournament, 4-hour night tournament. That's a big bag.
I know.
Renaissance man.
I will
We
say,
appreciate it.
on the topic of weather, there's a lot of locals that have been successful this week in terms of knowledge of Murray, like Brandon Cobb, Patrick Walters, Jason Williamson. I really think that even though the fish were biting pretty good for the conditions on day 1 and 2, with it being sunny and slick calm, that did give some of these local guys more of an advantage on some of the sneaky stuff that how you catch them when it's not windy or not wide open. Yesterday we saw 13 bags over 20 pounds, where each of the first 2 days with twice the field size, only 16 per day. So they bit yesterday, and if we had windy conditions throughout the tournament, I wouldn't say their advantage is eliminated, but it would have made it a lot easier for other
Minimized,
guys
yeah.
to catch them just as good.
Well, you got to say this is one of the most equal opportunity tournaments we have ever had out here. I mean, everyone wanted to be out here on this final day.
Yeah, we got to see so many different techniques, and you nailed it right there, Ronnie. It's been a pre-front, a front yesterday, into post-front today, looking at Patrick Walters hooked up. So we have seen all the faces of weather here on Murray this week.
Here we go. Not a bad one. There we go, a little more hype on that one. There's a bunch of them down there. They're just not real active yet. I love how when I pulled off that point though, they started schooling. Every time. Holy cow, they're right here.
Walters will be a favorite next week at Santee Cooper as well. These are basically two places he spent the last decade of his life at least. Won a 2015 college championship on Murray this week 8 years ago, so definitely one to watch.
Well, that fish just put him up a pound and a place as well, but the best of the day so far. And man, starting the day in second place, this man, Hunter Shryock.
Yeah, looking at what he's done. He made the comment, a couple bonus fish off of boat docks early today. And we have seen when that sun gets a little higher, we start to get little shade lines, overhangs on those little rocky banks. That is when Hunter Shryock goes off. So bonus fish in your leader's live well right now.
All right, still pretty tight, especially at the top of that leaderboard. Shryock with two good ones in the boat. Brandon Cobb with a limit already. Ditto from Bernie Schultz. Bernie has a limit with small fish so far. The angler fishing in his 359th Bassmaster event. So many great personalities, so many great stories, and we got more on the way. Today, the NASCAR Cup Series returns to Fox as the series heads to Talladega, where high speeds and pack racing always make you hold your breath. Catch all the action with the pre-race kicking things off at 2 Eastern, and the engines fire for the Geico 500 at 3 Eastern. You can catch it all on Fox.
You staying with your pick, Tommy?
Chase Elliott, I'm with one, and I mentioned the condition. He has to outrace everybody. Maybe a Brad Keselowski for the same reason.
Okay, all right.
I don't know. Keselowski has
I'm
too
riding
many
Kyle
enemies.
Busch, man. I'm riding Kyle Busch.
Risk taker.
Aggressive. Yes, aggressive.
Did you see the big one last night?
No, I did not.
I forgot the racer's name. Up in the air, flipping over and over. He was all right. He was all right, though,
Yeah,
but it was a little scary for a minute.
Everything gets turned up a notch at Talladega, like it is here this week. Lake Murray just going by very, very fast because they are catching them at such a prolific rate.
Walter's fourth
And really
fish put him within 3 ounces of Hunter Shryock.
Put into perspective how good Lake Murray has been this week. We got to talk about it a little bit yesterday morning. Usually this time of a tournament, you start to see weights go down. Especially this time of year. Lakes get a little bit tired with all the pressure. This lake has been throttled just by local pressure, other big tournaments that have been here in the last few weeks. To see weight staying consistent, if not going up, tells you how unbelievable Murray is right now.
First fish loss. Can't complain about that. Wasn't a big one. It was a 3-pounder, but good fished. Very clean.
You can see him breaking the water out there. Got to move quick. Most of these guys will tell you got to hit them between the eyes, too, if you want them to bite that situation.
Yeah. Really need to be on those fish. We got to see that a lot on day one with Shane LaHue. If you are not on top of them within a couple inches of where they blew up immediately, they will not bite. And Ronnie, I know we have a shot of Kenna Kamura's bait that he has thrown all week long. He sent it to us last night, the Jackal Riser, just a bait we've not seen before on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He scratched all the paint off of it to get it to match some of the bait fish here in Murray. Very, very unique bait.
Kenta is a tournament fishing machine, fishes all the opens,
He does.
all of the Elite Series, and generally with success.
And we have had fun with Koya Fujita this week, not really wanting to show us anything that he's throwing in any way, shape, or form. On the other side of that is talking to Kenna Kamura. He will send you. He will send you the bait he's throwing. If you ask.
He's a joy to work with.
It's interesting.
He is.
He came into the Elite Series and his first year finished 69th in points, missed the Classic, didn't do very well. The next year he comes out and he's in the top 10 in the Opens, fishing all 9 of those events, in the top 20 of the Elite Series, fishing all 9 of those events, has made the Classic, things like that. And I said, Kento, you're a seasoned vet. You know, he proclaimed himself one of the older Japanese anglers I believe in his 40s. That have came over here and fished. And he said, I listened to too much dock talk my first year on the Elite Series. Like, I wasn't fishing the way I want to fish. So last year I just fished the way I like to fish, and we saw him in the top 10 at Pickwick. We saw him throwing bigger baits at times. Really fits his style. He's definitely a power fishing Japanese angler compared to the finesse pros we see.
Zeke Kamura started 69th with 15 pounds on day 1. He's caught 46 pounds, 7 ounces over the last 2 days to beat everybody else by about 4 pounds.
Yeah, the majority of that coming on that riser.
Stop, fish. I don't like when they dive like that. This ice hooked decent though. Got him.
Oh yeah. Wow.
That was a good one. Look at that. Like a 5-pounder, close. Yeah, I think we might stay in the creek. We might stay in the creek.
He's got a limit already.
I don't think there's any camera boats back there.
Remove his smallest fish and replace it with that one. That's the upgrade.
Him in there.
He's got 2 of those 1-pounders. He's 1 pound back to the lead. He ought to be in the lead now.
Call. I don't know if it really matters which one of these we throw out, but I think he's littler. It don't matter. We got to get rid of both of them anyway. All right. Catch another one. Maybe we should just run random points. What do you think?
Only top shelf start for the day for Brandon Cobb there. Every day seems to be a great day for this guy.
Yeah, and he is a good closer when he gets near a victory. Really looking what he's done every single day of this tournament. Starts off in the creeks, fishing little notch points, hard spots, and catches his limit, and then gets closer to the main lake trying to upgrade. But really the last couple days catching some really solid fish in these creeks. Heard him make the comment, might just stay doing this all day long. And last thing the rest of the field wants to see is Brandon Cobb starting to get traction on Championship Sunday.
Second 4-pounder on the day.
Golly.
Owns an Elite Series victory here in South Carolina already on Lake Hartwell. Owns a Century Belt. Some good work over at Lake Fork in Texas.
And his home lake by far, other than Lake Greenwood where he lives on, is Lake Hartwell. Yeah. But he's only about an hour and 10 minutes from the boat ramp here at Lake Murray. He's gotten so close to winning big time. You know, the Forestwood Cup is a tournament that's no longer in existence. That one was won in the summer, and he almost won that one. He has a lot of experience at Murray. So it's not his home, but he definitely one to watch, for rightfully so.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Look out. Yeah.
Underspin, jerk bait, and a top water.
He's around him, that's for sure. Let's get back out to Hunter Shryock, who just maybe lost the lead, we believe, to Brandon Cobb.
Biggin. Come on, Lord. Come on, Lord. She's behind 2 dock posts. She's under the boat. Here she comes. Here she comes. Get back, get back, get back, get back. I'm talking clear back, bro. Clear back. Yes! Yes! Thank you. I'm sorry for screaming so early, but we're fishing for $100 grand and a blue trophy. I don't even care about the money, dude. Give me a hug. Give me a hug. Oh my gosh. Guys, if you don't have Berkeley trilene, I'm telling you, you're missing out. This is 10-pound Berkeley trilene. Look at where she's hooked. She's barely pegged in the back of her throat. We're gonna weigh her. I think that's an 8-pounder, 7. Oh my gosh. God is good. I'm sorry again. It's the biggest fish I've caught all year.
Don't be hanging that over the side, bro.
Not
Guys,
after that.
What just happened? I'm sorry, fish. I gotta get you in the live well. Hey, my body weight was in the boat. I kept my left butt cheek under my Lowrance unit. My Boat Logic's graph mounts keep me in. Dude, I had to stick my rod under the post, grab it. I kept all my weight in the boat. I know it's illegal to get your weight out of the boat. I made sure my buttocks was squeezing that graph. Rod, I think you're done for the day. Bro. I don't know what happened. We just did something though. I think we need to fish some docks. As Gerald Swindle would say, we need to be fishing some docks.
Golly.
At the Classic, he said that. Let's see what we got. I'm talking Magnum. Yep, I'm sorry. Let's just weigh them all.
Well, Tommy Sanders, there are certain fish catches on the Bassmaster Elite Series that words pretty much cannot describe what just happened out on Lake Murray right there. Your power pole replay of the day is basically a hot mess with Hunter Shryock. We've seen this a couple times through this tournament with Shryock where he has won the battle and he has lost the battle. And this one right here, halfway through, I'm like, there is no way. At one time, he sounded like Quint from Jaws saying, she went under the boat. She went under the boat. Giant right there for Hunter Shryock. Probably the biggest bass of his career so far. Power pole replay of the day. Hunter Shryock. That was absolutely unbelievable. Using anything he could to hang on to his front graph.
In a former life, trying to hang on to a motorcycle dirt bike. As a professional racer, certainly that athleticism came in handy right there. He pulls up to the lead back again. What a big catch right there.
She went under the boat, Tommy. She's under the boat. I've got 3 barrels in her.
Unbelievable. It's been a lively first hour.
When it's your time, it could be your time. Things like that happen.
Absolutely.
6.5 pounder.
Oh, can't wait to see what's next. Hunter Shryock on top early on.
Yes!
No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
One of the biggest, wow, what a day for Bassmaster Live, and what a week at the Bassmaster Classic at Knoxville, Tennessee. Just a few weeks ago, they set all the records when it was here back in 2019. They rewrote the record book this time around for attendance. Both the Thompson Bowling Arena for the weigh-ins at the takeoffs. 4.5 million people reached on television and other platforms. Just incredible, Mark Zona. What a tournament.
Yeah, first Canadian to ever win the Bassmaster Classic, Jeff Gustafson, getting it done with smallmouth. Talked about it yesterday on FS1. That is not going to be the case when we head to Grand Lake. See where our headquarters going to be, right in downtown Tulsa. We have been there before. It'll be a largemouth beatdown. Great venue. Every time we go to Tulsa should be yet another huge Bassmaster Classic in 2024. Yeah. Tommy, what just happened 10 minutes ago? What's that?
It's just, well, as our one of the favorite phrases of our new world champion there, Jeff Gustafson, is unreal. That was unreal what we saw there. He's 2 for 3 in getting giants wrapped around that square wood, that 6x6 woods they build the boat docks out of.
Yeah, that was one of the best fish catches we have seen, not just this season, but the last few years. On the Bassmaster Elite Series, Hunter Shryock catching one that is well over 6 pounds, one that he probably should not have landed. There's been a couple of those in this tournament, but masterful fight, and Hunter Shryock coming out on top with a solid lead right now.
Entered is a 6'8". He's got 3 fish for 15 pounds. Total 79.3.
4-pound lead. Let's take another look at this one because it is.
Yep, I'm talking clear back, bro. Clear back. The money, dude. Give me a hug. Give me a hug. Oh my, look at where she's hooked. She's barely. Thank you. I'm sorry for screaming so early, but we're fishing for 100 grand.
Oh, this stretch, you said yesterday, it's incredible how it's reloading, Mark Zona, and Hunter Shryock has found the spot so far today.
Yeah, I had a feeling Hunter was going to win this tournament coming into this final.
He was your pick, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said.
It really is amazing that those docks and little stretches of riprap have reloaded every single day for him. Got a little shaky yesterday, but back on track today.
Drew Benton started this day in 10th place. He's worked his way up to 5th.
Oh man, it's a big one. One hook. Get the other hook in him. Yes. One hook. It's a fat one. Come on. Another 3-pounder.
Got 3 solid ones in there, not the size, not the winning size, but good start, good start. Take a look at what else he's gotten done today.
He's lived on the big bite. Day 1 he had 6.5, and day 2 he had a 6-pounder in his 23-pound bags.
Yeah, and really looking at Drew Benton the first 2 days of this tournament, sight fishing pretty much was his sole game plan. Kind of ran out of fish a little bit yesterday. A little bit of cranking earlier today with Drew Benton. That's the one thing we've seen with Brock Mosley yesterday. Mike Iaconelli living with a shallow diving crankbait. That has been a quiet player all week long. And Drew Benton switching gears today. Not doing too much sight fishing, at least yet. But as you said, Tommy, a couple good ones in his live well.
Move Drew Benton up for sure. Good one there. Out to Jason Williamson. Jason with a limit in the boat. All fairly small.
get right here under you.
He's a man of few words, Tommy Sanders.
Yes, he is. He's all business. Jason Williamson. He's
He
fishing
is.
close to home. He's trying to remember everything he has ever learned out here and doing a good job of it out there. Man, what a day. Some great, great competition. Hunter Shryock, we just saw him have his big bust-out moment of the day. Might not even be the last one, but he's extended his lead to about 4 pounds right now at this point unofficially. We got more to come from Lake Murray. Today on Fox, the Kings of the Lane lay everything on the line for a major title where names become legends and legends become champions. The PBA World Series of Bowling Finals today at noon Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
I'm going to stay there, Tommy. I'm staying there. EJ Tackett out of Indiana.
You're backing him all the way, I know.
There's no doubt about it. He has had a solid year.
You're right. You're right.
The lanes.
Going to be a big day on the lanes today, for sure. Bernie Schultz.
3 heron. I didn't see the third one at first. Or is that the same one? Here we go.
Number 5.
Yeah, look how fat that fish is. It's crazy. It's barely 14 inches.
And that is exactly how Bernie Schultz caught that giant stringer, 26 pounds yesterday. Flopper style topwater bait, pretty much all day long with that wind that we had.
He had a big of 6 pounds, 11 ounces, a couple 5-pounders.
Good sign when you see all 3,
26-1.
2 or 3. I don't know how many were there, but at least 2, right?
Fished his first Bassmaster event in 1982.
Wow.
2 1/4.
Florida Invitational.
I think that was the same year the Bull, Greg Lazinski, was your home run leader for the White Sox.
Need some bites like that.
I remember the Bull.
Wish I got that one this morning. I know it was a pretty good fish.
Bernie's been close so many times, still looking for his first Elite Series win. Of course, he's been with the Elite Series for all of its 17 years. Jason Williamson, also in our top 10, has been here for all but one of those years on the Elite Series. Jason's got a couple of victories. Ditto for Brandon Cobb on your right there.
There's one. Told you it felt right. I think he'll get rid of that little bitty one. Oh, he's barely hooked. I'm not even trying to grab him. I'm gonna try to lift him if he looks all right. He's not that big, but and get rid of that little bitty booger. I told you it felt right. Not big, but he'll get rid of the little run in here. Yeah. Now these two are about the same size. About to take this 3-pounder from over here.
Tommy, your pick, Brandon Cobb, is doing pretty well on the standard herring baits that we expect. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge and talking a little bit about Bass Pro Shop's top lures. A couple different things. We did one yesterday talking about the standard lures you see on blueback herring places. Things like a soft plastic jerkbait like a fluke. You've got spinner baits they play, especially when it's windy. You have different types of topwaters and swim baits. Here's a couple different approaches that we've seen for highly successful anglers this week. Starting off, 4th place, I believe, coming into the final day, Kenta Kimura using a Jackal riser. And if you don't know about a Jackal riser, it looks profile-wise, I think it's about a 3 to 3.5 inch bait at most. It's about 5/16 ounce, so it's just under that 3/8 ounce margin. 2 treble hooks, but the deal with this is the bill. And that bill, as soon as it lands in the water and starts to want to sink, as soon as you engage your reel and start the action, it's going to come to the surface and it's going to skip around and kind of be very erratic, like a topwater lure. It has the ability to sink, that you can kind of control how erratic it is based on that. And that has been a deal for Kenta Kimura. And you said, Z, that this isn't a color that you can get in that. He scratched off the paint of it to make it more of a duller approach, more of a translucent approach. And then we go over to a different kind of style. If you're not dealing with blueback herring this week and you're just running the bank, there is a shad spawn going on. And normally when a shad spawn's happening around riprap, other hard objects, docks, grass lines, things like that, topwater often factors. And for Hunter Shryock, every day he's caught a couple key fish on a Berkeley Chapo, which is a moving topwater bait, is very erratic, creates a lot of plopping noises and throws off bubble trails, things like that on the surface. But we have seen Hunter Shryock use a wacky rig Berkeley General every morning, and this morning it has been so key for him, already with 3 for 15 pounds. So that's another style for those who are just maybe running the bank. Then when you look at our leader, he hasn't shown us every bait he's used, but the couple that he has shown us, this is, I believe, a Jackal Drift Minnow and a Jackal Drift Crab. And these are different approaches on rigging it. This one is just a single hook, weightless. Obviously, that bait has a little bit more weight to it, so it'll sink on its own. This one has a jig head on it, and that's the Drift Fry right there. Just a solid 4-inch minnow-style lure. One other deal that he's doing, we mentioned it, the hover strolling. It is a Japanese technique. So what it is a hook that is at a 90-degree angle where the hook eye is. It comes out of the back of the bait like a regular hook does, but it gives you that ability to keep the bait completely horizontal in the water column. You put a Nico weight in the head of it, and you can control where you drift that bait around. And that has been something that maybe we'll get a little bit more info from Kiyoya Fujita, our day 3 leader, after today, if he does take the title. So a couple different styles and techniques, a little bit of different flair from the Elite Series field compared to the standard blueback herring lakes and the baits we see.
Thank you, Ronnie. Good rundown, good picks there, very helpful. Understanding what's going on.
Yeah, I appreciate Z sending those to us because he gets to talk to those guys every day. Kind of gets the little intricacies of how they're fishing that. And I know Kenta has tried to keep that Jackal riser under wraps this week until today. And so obviously I'm glad to see him in our top 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the things that Kenta said about that Jackal riser, really just kind of almost just slow rolling it, just barely under the surface, Ronnie, kind of like you would see with a wake bait. But very, very slow so far for Kenta this morning compared to the last 2 days. Hunter Shryock hooked up again.
She's hot. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. Okay. It's not that big, but. Yes! 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 3-pounder. Way down her throat. Let's go, baby. Oh, that's so big. That's so big. Skinny, I know. I'm not you want to complain though. Oh no. Oh shoot, it's only it says 284. 2 3/4. She's skinny. That's all right though. That's still good.
All right.
I mean, it kind of makes up for it when you have a 7. Big head.
Good job, buddy.
Puts us at 17 3/4.
He is already basically to the weight
yeah,
that he had yesterday
1781.
with just 4 fish. He had 18.5 yesterday, 17 3/4 already with
Thought
4
it was
fish.
bigger than that. That's all right. That's good. Just getting bites. We're getting bites.
Making the first across the 80-pound threshold as well.
Actually. Power pole down. It took a while for that one to bite it.
Started 4th with 22.9, moved up to 2nd place, another 23.5.
And really, looking at the biggest deal with Hunter Shryock right now was laying that topwater bait down that really got him to this point. Concentrating on those docks with a Berkeley General, switching gears, everything going right now for Hunter Shryock on Championship Sunday.
Amazing morning for him. As we say, he'll be crossing 80 pounds once that leaderboard is updated. Brandon Cobb in 2nd place. But boy, he's got a little bit of ground to make up here. Got a good lead for Shryock right now. Patrick Walters, Bernie Schultz has moved up the leaderboard during the day. Jason Williamson staying pretty much just a spot above where he was before. So a lot of movement going on and much more to come.
Yes!
No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
It's Championship Sunday on Lake Murray, 3rd stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. This marathon, Bassmaster Elite. We've got 10 anglers who have qualified, who have bested the rest of the field over the first 3 days, and they are out there competing right now. And of course, we got to think about their progression through the year with our Progressive Angler of the Year points race. Elite Series Angler of the Year is, well, we have a new leader as of yesterday, and that is Brandon Cobb, who is out there fishing today. Obviously, he has done that work to get to the top here in his home state of South Carolina at Lake Murray. Tyler Rivette, who won our first event of the year, now falls into 2nd by only 2 points. Carl Jochimson with a great start to his year as well. Kyle Welcher, Drew Cook fished his way from way down there, and he's in the top 5 as well. Brandon Cobb has gone to work today. Also, he's held the lead for part of this morning until being overtaken by Hunter Shryock trying to win his first elite event. Brandon Cobb looking to win his 3rd.
And really looking at Brandon Cobb's event so far, starting off in the creeks, fishing creek points, very, very shallow. Wow, that is a great shot right there, a fish schooling. Underspin, topwater bait throughout the tournament, but a lot of his work really has been done with a jerk bait as well. Looking what Brandon Cobb has concentrated on today again. A lot of his bigger ones on days 1 and 2, very much more main lake oriented. So it'll be interesting to see if he goes for that bite today. But a big morning for Brandon Cobb, and heading down to Santee Cooper, which you'll see next weekend here on FS1. So it should be another great event. A lot of history for Brandon Cobb there and the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Brandon Cobb has played the numbers game better than any of our anglers so far during the course of this event. Of course, you can only take 5 a day. They got to be good ones if you want to catch that win here at Lake Murray.
Yeah, and he has won. Brandon Cobb has won the numbers
creek
game.
I've been kind of fishing in the mornings, more of a shad spawn than a herring spawn. And I didn't think there was much potential to catch like a big bag in here. But looking back over the last few days, some of my biggest fish have came out of here, and I've caught a couple good ones in here today. So I'm probably gonna spend a little longer in here. I've been leaving about this time every day and going down the lake, but probably gonna spend a little bit longer because I've got 3 pretty good ones today, like a, I don't know, 2 4 somethings and a 3 or maybe 4, and so it started pretty well. And had a bunch of big bites. It had potential to probably have 22 already, over 20 at least. And I'm gonna make probably 1 more, 2 more runs through here, and then we're gonna go down the lake. I still think you gotta catch a couple down the lake fish to have, especially being the place I'm in, 9th place. Need 25 plus. So probably go back down the lake later. It's been good though. Caught a good many fish. Not near as many as yesterday, but catching a good many. Fish just aren't getting the bait good today. It's probably the slicker conditions. I jumped off about a 5-pounder here earlier, and then next cast lost one that felt pretty similar. Cast after that, and I only got 2 that are really under 4-ish, so would have made a big difference. But these don't seem to be biting anymore. Thing is, on these points a lot, if you're on a point you know it's got fish on it, usually when they're not biting on one, kind of not biting on all of them. It's just a timing thing, getting the right place at the right time and they bite. Change my angle a little bit, then we're gonna move on. I'll be sitting in that little shady spot. That's what I would be doing if I was a bass.
All 3 of our South Carolina anglers in the top 10 who are competing today have limits in the boat. Brandon Cobb, Patrick Walters, and Jason Williamson.
That surprised me not to catch one here. I ran a few like unobvious points a while ago, stuff that I hadn't even fished all week, and I caught one good one and caught twice actually, and caught a couple more fish. So I might go back running just kind of. I feel like a lot of the obvious places are getting kind of beat on right now. Well, not just by me, but a bunch of boats in here kind of doing the same thing.
Bernie Schultz is the other one with the limit. We have 4 so far.
And what do you know? There he is right now. We're going to Bernie, Florida angler, the veteran.
There we go. That's a big one. Stay on. Stay on. Big old head shakes. That's what we're after. That's what we're after. There you go. It's all spotted up. Like a calico bass. That's 5, I think.
It's 6, actually.
6, actually.
You got a call already.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, that was him right there, too. Where'd you go?
Well, Bernie catching them really the exact same way we have seen Hunter Shryock dominating on days 1 and 2. Plopper style bait, not that far from Shryock either, a couple miles back in the peninsula. Looking at Drew Benton live as well.
Don't feel very big. Feels like a stripe,
No,
actually.
excuse me, Drew Benton.
That's exactly what it is.
Think? No, it's a bass.
Took 20 pounds a day average to make our top 10. 60 pounds and a couple ounces for Drew Benton to sneak in after having 46 pounds and change for 2 days. He fell down yesterday, but still averaging 20 pounds a day just to make the top 10.
But only one angler, right, with 20 pounds each day?
Yes.
Yeah.
And one of the stories here right now on Championship Sunday is Koya Fujita with 1 bass for 2 pounds. Frighteningly similar to what we saw with Fujita yesterday. Had 1 fish in the live well at 11 o'clock, but a big afternoon on days 2 and 3 for Fujita. Starting off slow for your day 3 leader.
And the difference is yesterday that 1 fish at 11 was a 5.5 pounder. Today, just a 2,
Right.
by far the smallest we've seen. We'll see how he adjusts.
Just another great attribute of Lake Murray, man. The big moments can come at any point in the day out here. The afternoon been particularly fruitful for all of our anglers throughout this tournament. We're down to the top 10 and only one will hold that trophy at the end of today. Hunter Shryock trying to be a first-time winner on the Elite Series for the 3rd time in a row this year for the Elites.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray is sponsored by Rapala.
Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray. What a show it has been here at this, again, one of the hottest fishing lakes in the world. At this point in time, we couldn't have timed it better for a return after 12 years for the Elites and Hunter Shryock. First 2 events of this season. This is the 3rd event, been won by first-time Elite Series anglers, the first-time Elite Series winners. Hunter trying to be the 3rd in the row. That would set the record for that sort of achievement. Brandon Cobb holding on to 2nd place, but a significant deficit now to make up based on Shryock's great morning. Out to Drew Benton.
There he is. Please stay on there. I got 1 hook. Oh my gosh. Come here. Come here. Come here. Juice! Juice! Yes! Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Brock Mosley. Whew. Brock told me about this little deal yesterday. Can't even retie. It's gonna happen.
Tommy, we said it's anyone's game, and 2 of the top 3 spots on Bass Track are occupied by the 2 guys who were the last ones to make the cut. 9th and 10th place are up to 2nd and 3rd right now.
Boy, that tells a lot right there.
Wow. And Drew Benton switching gears, getting a little bit of love from Brock Mosley, who caught some big ones, cranking a lot of that shallow riprap clay points. And man, if Drew did not have that 14-pound day yesterday,
Dude,
he would.
it's so nerve-wracking when they have one hook. They're just not, it's the water's so clear, and this is the only thing I can burn and keep it down there. I see why.
Yeah, what if he'd kept pace with his first 2 days? Man, this thing would be a different complexion for sure. Hats off to him. He's had to change horses, basically.
I'll say this, if he did keep pace and catching weight-wise, he may have not taken the advice of someone who, you know, in the weigh-in line or had that in his game plan. He might have thought, hey, I could still do my pattern, which we thought was fading. But there's times where you roll into a pocket, your roommate catches 26 pounds as well. You're like, I could maybe do this tomorrow, but it just fades.
Don't be a striker. Oh my God.
He's hooked in the tail. Okay. I was like, what the heck? Still not a bad one. Easy, 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 easy. He's gonna be hard to land. I hate foul hook fish. No. Come here. Come here, give me one swipe at you. Oh my God. I'm gonna do it. Let him call. He caught him right in the lip. He missed it. Oh, he wasn't going nowhere. He was done. Let me stop by and get the pliers. Ooh, got Mike. Watch. Let me slide by you, Trey. Not a bad one. 2-pounder probably. We just need to run and gun, dude. I don't know why. We know that. It's all we do. And these have got to go. I almost want to throw all of them out right now. I mean,
Gotta be your male up there.
Was this even illegal? It was legal fish, though. Yes, it was 15 inches. We did measure. If anybody was concerned, but hey.
First look at Drew Cook. Also, like Bernie Schultz, fished his way from way down in the pack yesterday with a giant limit, 26-1.
Oh, didn't get him very good.
Yeah, and that big stringer that Cook caught yesterday, 26 pounds, he said he basically just rolled up on 4 big ones that were spawning. Did have 1 herring fish, and he caught early yesterday. And
2.6.
like so many of the anglers that tried to make the sight fishing thing happen on this lake, he said when those females come up, not like other lakes that we fish on the Elite Series, those big females would only stay for a couple of hours and absolutely vanish. So you didn't have that 12-hour window.
Love this. Love that fishing.
Together again, the two Drews,
Yeah.
side by side on your screen.
Cook had a 7-pound, 2-ounce, our second largest fish of the week yesterday.
Just
It's
so happened
amazing.
it came the same day as the biggest bass of the week, so he didn't get the big bass money for
Matt
yesterday.
Airy has our 7-11 Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the week.
Boy, he is catching them, but they are not getting that bait very good.
I've got one little one in there. I think it's this one.
Drew Benton and Brandon Cobb both have 16 pounds, 2 ounces on the day. Hunter Shryak, our leader, 17-12 on 4 fish.
What's crazy, it shows you how topsy-turvy these first 3 Elite Series events have been, that the day 1 leader in each of these events has had a big bag on day 1, obviously, like one of the biggest bags of the week to start the week off. None of them have made the final day. Bernie Schultz at Okeechobee didn't make the top 10.
Oh,
Will
that's right.
Davis and
It's
Seminole
every
didn't,
time.
and
Well,
Matt
yeah.
Robertson did not.
How about
Those,
that?
you cannot just rest on a day and a half or 2 days of fishing.
Not
You
in
got to
this
catch
company,
them
you
all.
can't. No.
I mean, day 3 leader or day 2 leader almost didn't make the top 10, Drew Benton.
Yeah, and the one thing that we have seen on Murray this week, this tournament is so far from over because the late afternoon bite has been absolutely incredible for really a lot of the biggest fish that we have seen in this tournament.
We say this is going to be one of the best live events we have ever covered. It already is. And this final day might be the most exciting fish catchingest we've ever had. Hunter Shryak with a big lead, 5-pound lead. He's not safe, not by any means. Brandon Cobb, Drew Benton, Patrick Walters. Look at these names in pursuit of him right there. We haven't heard from our leader to start the day very much today, Kyoya Fujita. We'll try to catch up with him and more when we return.
The Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Watch out, watch out, watch out. I said I need to fish docks. I said I need to fish docks. All right, guys, Hunter Shryak here. We are at Lake Murray. This week, that's basically been my 2-prong approach. Really starting off with the Chapo 105, just in that bone white. You can see the paint on it's getting worn off. It's probably seen every riprap rock and dock post. I smacked it off a lot of things, but it mimics that herring, something chasing a herring really good. And for whatever reason, it just agitates them super well to where the explosion on it is not like any other topwater. It sounds like someone smacking the water with a paddle. That's what they're getting out of this. And I seen some fish on dock, so I picked up the Wacky General, throwing it around, got some key bites on it. Can't thank that thing enough because really it did the same work for me today as well. Caught 2 big ones on it. One also on the Berkeley Maxent Creature Hog. But the setup here, we got the Justin Lucas topwater rod. It's a 7.4 medium heavy, perfect action for being able to make long casts, but you know, fight them back with these treble hooks. Xenon X reel, high speed 8-to-1. And for the Wacky Worm setup, we have the Abu Garcia Fantasista X. It's a 7-foot medium heavy, you know, being around the fish when they want to bite, but you got to present them the right thing at the right time. And those are my key baits for this week. Yes! Yes! Thank you. I'm sorry for screaming so early, but we're fishing for $100 grand and a blue trophy. I don't even care about the money, dude. Give me a hug. Give me a hug. Oh my gosh. Guys, if you don't have Berkeley Trilene, I'm telling you, you're missing out. This is 10-pound Berkeley Trilene. Look at where she's hooked. She's barely pegged in the back of her throat. That's a We're gonna weigh her. I think that's an 8-pounder, 7. Oh my gosh. God is good.
So far, Hunter Shryock's big day, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and really, Tommy, one of the turning points, and Ronnie, you can kind of attest to this. One of the turning points for Shryock in this tournament, he did a little bit of sight fishing on day 1, and then day 2, when we had a camera in his boat, we saw him do that for about 20 minutes. When he decided to pull the plug and stop sight fishing in this tournament is really when consistency started to go up for him, and just really good decision making throughout the entire week on Lake Murray for Hunter Shryock.
Yeah, and if at the end of the week his only blemish is a lost 6-pounder on day 3 and it works out well for him, then he has fished a very clean tournament, especially how shallow he's been fishing. I mean, a wacky rig in an inch of water around docks and rocks and you lose 1 fish all week, that's not too bad.
Hunter opened up a 5-pound lead, hit a Brandon Cobb, but pulling up right behind. Brandon Cobb, actually the hottest man on the lake in the last few minutes, is this man, our day 2 leader, Drew Benton.
When you get a good look at those shallow points that Benton's concentrating on today, definitely switching gears from how he has caught them the first 3 days in this event.
Gosh, I got him hooked in the back, and it's a big one. Gosh almighty. No. Oh no. I think he's got me in the motor. What has he got me hung in? I got him hooked in the back, so I can't pull on him too hard. Got him hooked in the back. 1 hook. I'm only gonna get 1 chance of this. If he comes up here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yes! Oh! Like, he swiped at it and I hooked him in the back. I don't know if it's our day, but it feels like it. Do some housekeeping real quick. Come on. Be still. That's number 1.
Benton hogging all the oxygen in that part of the lake right there. Some heavy breathing going after that barely hooked big one right there that's going to vault him up into second place. I guess, Z, he's going to be our VMC on point for now.
Yeah, really taking a look at the morning with Drew Benton. Main Lake points, a little bit of riprap, hard bottom points out on the main lake with Drew Benton. Not a lot of wind, and a lot of these fish have not been hooked very well with Drew Benton, but switching gears, going from sight fishing to cranking these shallow points, getting it done. Your VMC on point right now with Drew Benton. Tommy, we have seen a lot of crazy things on Lake Murray. We've seen a lot of crazy things on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Could Drew Benton make a run all the way from 10th place on Championship Sunday?
Well, you heard him say it. I don't know if it's my day, but sure feels like it could be. His last few minutes will certainly attest to the fact that that is a definite possibility. But Hunter Shryock for now, I mean, give him his due. He has outfished everyone so far at this point in this tournament, which has shown us some incredible fishing. Brandon Cobb right now listed as second place. That'll change. Drew Benton will move up into that slot right there. Walters, Bernie Schultz, Jason Williamson still looking to see what's going to happen with Kyoya Fujita. We'll be back with more.
Yeah! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Sunny South Carolina, and a spectacular sunny South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina, for the best day of the week. It is Championship Sunday, the final day of the third stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray. And Lake Murray country has showed out in a big, big way this week. Our leader, we had a different leader every single day, and our leader going out today, Kyoya Fujita, but not anymore. Unofficially, a brand new leader. Once again, Hunter Shryock atop the leaderboard with 81 pounds, 15 ounces. And this fishery has absolutely gone off here today. There's a lot of times you get to the final day of the tournament and pros are just kind of trying to stick handle their way, stay in this event. Well, each and every day, this incredible fishery has shown out, and it's showing out again here on Championship Sunday. But speaking of showing out, Bassmaster Classic Champion Angler of the Year and Bass Fishing Hall of Famer joining me, Davey Height. And man, this is your part of the world, and you got to be pretty proud of what we've seen here this week.
Yeah, super proud, Dave, to see Lake Murray shine. But it's just been a little while since the Bassmaster Elite Series has been here, about 12 years or so. And it's a great lake. It's a beautiful lake. We've had some fantastic weather, and the fish catching has really even amazed me. I know Lake Murray is a great fishery, and I expected to see the weights really, really good, but it has absolutely been amazing this week. And all the different ways that guys are catching these fish. Hunter Shryock, our leader, it's just literally going down the bank and fishing whatever's in front of him.
Really, really just has kept fluid throughout this tournament. But the one angler that everybody's looking at and really turning a lot of heads, Kyoya Fujita, what he has accomplished is incredible. I mean, 26 years old. He's won 4 Angler of the Years in Japan. He's won 6 tournaments. And this is just his 3rd Elite Series event and his 2nd top 10. He finished 2nd place in Seminole earlier this year. Unbelievable. It's hard to think of a rookie that we've seen with a hotter start.
Yeah, we get all excited when we see these rookies come out here and have success, but I've been more excited about watching him than I have anyone in quite a while, just because he's doing something so different in this particular event. And when we were at Lake Seminole, he was fishing under boat docks there, which you don't see a lot of people do that, but he's very confident and very mature as an angler, as a tournament angler at only 26 years old. He's had a lot of success, but when you come over to another country and start fishing lakes that you've never seen before, don't know much about, and he's doing, to the beat of his own drum, he's doing something out there totally different than anyone else in the field.
Unbelievable. Lives not far from Mount Fuji in Japan. And the question is, can anybody conquer Mount Fujita here today? The tech war of bass fishing. And he is kind of leading it on the dock this morning. He said he had 6 graphs on his boat. I mean, in a world where we're seeing graphs play such a huge role, hooked up live. Oh, wow.
And I might mention, because I've been watching him the last few days, he's using light line, no secret there. Takes him quite a while to land a lot of these fish.
Yes. Whew.
Similar to yesterday, seems like his morning started a little slower, but man, did he come on.
Yeah, exactly. And every day I was able to talk to him a little bit and find out about day 1 and day 2 also. And every day he's had more success in the afternoon. A lot of it due to the fact that he said the fish are staying real close to the bottom as it's not easy to pick them up on his forward-facing sonar.
Oh, beautiful.
As the day progresses, those fish come up off the bottom and he's able to see them. He said he does not make a cast unless he's looking at a fish. A lot of them are stripers. It's hard to tell the difference between a bass and a striper. He said if they're perfectly still, he can definitely tell the difference, but when they're swimming, a lot of stripers are almost always swimming, that it's difficult to tell the difference. So he's been catching quite a few of the stripers also.
Two bucks, Koya Fujita and John Cox. And I mean, you'd think John has won a bunch of these because he's just in the top 10 so often, but still searching for his first Elite Series victory.
Got him on the general. Come on, baby. Get in here. He's getting smaller, closer he gets to the boat. Well, maybe there's some more out here. Come on, bud. Oh, he's not too bad. Oh, come here. Come here. Oh, barely got him in there. Got him on the general there. Gosh, that thing has saved me multiple times. All right, that's number 2. Not too bad. He might be a 2 3/4. There's another really nice one right past there. So maybe we'll slide up there and he'll be sitting there.
Two very different personalities. Kioya, very serious. He looks like a man who is away from home, paid a $5,000 entry fee, and fishing for $100,000 today. John Cox looks like a guy that just lives on Lake Murray and left his dock, and he's out there just having fun with family. Two very different approaches.
John Cox is a lot of fun to watch. I mean, he's childlike, unbridled enthusiasm. That's what you see with John Cox every day, and that's why he's so fun to watch. But he's such a natural angler. When we look at all the tech that's playing, and Fujita hooked up once again.
It looked like another good fish for him. Oh.
Yes. Oh, 2 pound.
Usually on Championship Sunday, you start thinking about if these anglers have fished the same locations for 4 straight days, do they run out of fish? And that doesn't seem to be the case so much on Lake Murray this week because there's just so many fish. But the way Kioya is fishing, he's just searching different. You know, I've watched him for 3 days, and I've never seen him fish the same area over like twice in 3 days. A lot of these anglers like Patrick Walters or Brandon Cobb Drew Benton, they're fishing the same general areas each and every day. Hunter Shryock is fishing the same stretch of shoreline on Shoal Island, but it's about a 2-mile stretch, so lots of bass in a 2-mile stretch. I don't think he has to worry about running out of fish. Although he's only got 4 right now, he certainly could use another one to pad his lead.
Pretty unique 4-box, our top 4 being represented there. And just see how many things that seemingly are going wrong, but it just keeps going right for Hunter Shryock. You got to start to feel that this might be his time. I mean, when you see that in a tournament, generally, that's what has to happen.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that he told you he lost 2 big ones yesterday afternoon. I did not know that. But for him to be leading, you don't often get to lead an event losing multiple big fish.
He lost a 5 and a 6 yesterday afternoon.
Wow.
He was pretty crushed when he got to the tanks backstage when we talked. And he kind of thought, initially, I might be out of this.
Right, out of the top 10.
And then when he kind of realized, and we kind of joked, well, maybe they're just sticking around so you can get him tomorrow. And who knows? We'll find out if that 6 was the same one.
Drew Benton mixing it up. We've seen him sight fishing the previous 3 days, but ran out of bigger fish to look for and sight fish for. He said, I know where a lot of them are, but 2-pounders don't do me any good. Wouldn't be surprised if we don't see him sight fish a little bit later in the day as the sun gets higher in the sky.
$50 anglers went out yesterday, and only 10 remain here on Championship Sunday, the 3rd Championship Sunday of 2023. Mount Fujita left the dock with the lead this morning, but things have changed a little bit. He's dropped down to 5th place currently, but looks like he is climbing and atop the leaderboard, Hunter Shryock, as he tries to chase down his first ever Elite Series victory. And so many great stories this week around in the top 10, and lots of fishing still to come. So don't go anywhere. Get yourself a coffee, and we'll be right back from sunny South Carolina.
Yeah! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
A spectacular sunny Sunday, and as I always say, my favorite day of the week, Championship Sunday at the Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray. It is the final day, and we have our final anglers competing. 10 anglers remain in our field. The rest of our anglers have made the trip, not leaving this state, but made the trip up to Santee Cooper Lakes, where we'll be next week. But right now, 10 anglers shooting it out for an Elite Series title. And Davey Height, this is truly one of those Sundays that anybody can win. They were separated, first attempt separated by 5 pounds. So anybody can truly win this. Even today, looking at this right now, it's anybody's game.
It really is. It looks real good for Hunter Shryock, and he's only got 4 fish, so he's certainly got a lot of room to grow. You can only bring 5 fish to the scales. Him having the lead with only 4 fish is actually a positive thing for him. Certainly he will catch that 5th fish, but it is anybody's game. We saw Keoya yesterday catch his 2 biggest fish in the last hour of fishing to take the lead.
This is the first of 2 back-to-back stops in sunny South Carolina. And tell us about Lake Murray, Davey Height, a fishery you're very intimate with.
Certainly my favorite lake, Lake Murray in South Carolina, where I grew up. And you see there Shoal Island is basically the middle of the lake. You have Bear Creek straight across. Both of those areas, a lot of fish catching this week. Hunter Shryock has spent all week right there around Shoal Island. A lot of fishermen, probably 20 or 30 boats. Bear Creek is a very, very big creek. Lake Murray is 50,000 acres with 650 miles of shoreline. So when you've got that many miles of shoreline, a lot of good fishable water, no doubt about it. As we move on up the lake, you have the Big and the Little Saluda River that feed Lake Murray. Just a fish factory is the best way I know to describe Lake Murray, South Carolina.
The Carolina anglers represented a big way this week. If you look how many of them made our top 50 and how many of them are in the top 10, and Why not have the Tower of Power, a two-time Elite Series champion, Jason Williamson from Aiken, South Carolina. And guess what? He's hooked up.
Jason Williamson certainly has been in the mix all week, not catching as many fish as Patrick Walters and Brandon Cobb, but he's really been trying to target catching maybe fewer fish but bigger fish, using a big profile bait and just fishing a lot slower than Patrick and Brandon, I guess I would say.
I'm sure he doesn't want to hear about it, but he's not paying attention right now. But man, that 2-pound penalty yesterday got to be haunting him right now. With as tight as this tournament is, for those of you that didn't see it, put a before calling, made a fishing motion with 6 fish in his boat. So
the rules say when you catch your 6 fish, you have to cull one. You can only possess 5 bass in our tournaments, and he put the 6 fish in the live well, and normally doing what he does right here, you would throw one back before you make a cast, but he moved the boat out because it had gotten a little close. He didn't want to, damage any of his equipment, and just forgot to cull that fish before he made a cast. He made one cast and realized what he had done, but one cast is one too many.
You talk to anglers after that happens, and most of them will say, the bait was still in the air when I realized. They make the cast and they're just like, what did I just do?
There'd be a 6-pounder on it. I mean, it was easy. So.
Drew Cook looking forward to next week's event, obviously, to defend his title on Santee Cooper Lakes. But man, he had an incredible day yesterday. Our VMC Monster Bag of the tournament, a 2-way tie between him and Bernie Schultz. Both weighed in 26 pounds and an ounce yesterday.
That's really incredible on any fishery post-spawn, and that's what most of the fish are being weighed in have already spawned, so they're a little lighter than they would have been a month or so ago. But to catch 5 bass that weigh 26 pounds this time of the year is really incredible. It just shows what a great lake we're at.
We've talked about a lot of great sight anglers. Well, right there, I know it says Brandon Cobb, but that is one of the greatest sight anglers there ever has been.
Brandon Cobb and an osprey.
Yes.
And they both fish for a living.
All right.
Brandon Cobb trying to win $100,000 today.
Getting kind of slow.
Maybe has the most burnt legs I've seen on the Elite Series in quite some time.
I guess it's 10:30 now. It's been kind of slow for like 45 minutes an hour. I just fished a couple places, didn't get any bites, and went up there and saw them sitting up there. So trying to catch one finessing up on some of these bigger flats. A lot of times you can kind of see them far enough away to catch one of them, but can't quite see yet. I'm gonna run back through a few more places. I'm gonna go down the lake and see what's going on down there. Got real slick. Not ideal for what I'm doing. Pretty good for the sight fishermen, unfortunately. We might have to go sight fishing.
Brandon Cobb, as you mentioned, a great sight fisherman, and what he's speaking of there, you see, it's just slick, calm conditions, and
dragging it real slow. But
most of the fish we saw him catch yesterday were with a jerk bait, and you need some wind for those fish to really react to that jerk bait.
The odds of me getting a frog back under that are
so he told me he had this new pair of shorts, and he had to wear them yesterday, but he did not have any sunblock, and I'm telling you, scalded.
Really?
Is the only, and today he's wearing 2 pairs of pants. He said I wore pants and my bibs just to make sure I wasn't a fool and exposed my legs again.
I guess that's one way. If you don't have sunblock, just wear pants for sunblock. A little cool this morning, though. Nothing wrong with having long pants on today. The last few days, much warmer.
Ben hooked up. Pretty much to the angler. When I talked to them on the dock this morning, before takeoff, they all kind of agreed that anybody can win this. It's the race to 25. That's everybody. Whoever gets 25 is winning today. according to the angler.
It's great
Why couldn't that
to be on a fishery where
5-pounder been hooked like
that's
this?
the number you think you have to reach to win on the final day.
That wouldn't have made for as good TV, though, I guess.
Pretty incredible drone shot of Patrick Walters. Speaking of incredible, a 4-time Bassmaster winner, which is, when you look at how short a period of time he's been around here. 2 century belts, 4 wins, and in the thick of things this week, and he'll probably be in the thick of things again next week.
Yes. Lake Murray is almost like home, but Santee Cooper Lakes is definitely home for
I don't know if they'll hit a top
Patrick
water.
Walters.
That one's a little one.
You can see that's a great drone
Trying to figure out
shot
how
there
he's gonna
to just show how shallow these points and bars are that most of these anglers are fishing on.
Throw another one up there. Maybe there's another one beside him. Some more stumps right there.
We had a brand new unofficial leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points as of yesterday. Tyler Rivette has led it since the first event of the year, and now the COBB. Brandon Cobb is your new unofficial
got
leader.
2 points on it. Oop, I think one just went down on it. It's got a couple big stumps out here at the end of the point. And sometimes they'll just group up on it. They might bed on it. They'll do anything. That's why I'm just kind of fishing around a second, seeing if I can catch one staged up, catch me a color. I got 2 small ones, real small, I need to get rid of. There's a bunch of garters, catfish on this spot. It's got a lot of life. Schooling activity hasn't been very much for me this morning so far. And schooling's been better in the afternoon anyways. So I'm just kind of taking my time, trying to get every little fish I can beforehand. Golly, they're definitely on that stump.
Great drone shot there. You can see that he's actually fishing the shallowest section of that bar. Most of the year when the shad spawn and the herring spawn is not happening,
There's a good one on there.
you look over to the right side of his boat, you see where it drops a little deeper. That's where these anglers would really focus most of their attention, right where you have that break. But this time of the year, the blueback herring actually use shallow water for cover and protection. If there's no other cover available, they can just try to get so shallow that the bass can't get to them.
Lots of fishing still to come, and one thing I can guarantee you, as has happened each and every day, we've had a new leader every single day, but we have had multiple lead change. After going to the Classic and having Jeff Gustafson sit on top of that lead for the entire tournament and then just keep the wheels on to the very end.
Right.
This one has been very different. Lots of fish catches and lots of action and lots of more coming. Big bass, big stage, big dreams. And they are going to come true for one of these anglers in a few short hours.
Yes!
No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to Championship Sunday, the Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray. And sunny South Carolina has showed itself once again. A little chillier this morning, high 40s. But man, the sun is out now, the birds are chirping, and the bass are biting. Atop the leaderboard, Hunter Shryock with 81 pounds and 15 ounces. And the thing to keep in mind is he only has 4 so far, so he can add a lot to that. He also has one that's not quite 3 pounds. He gets one more big one. I mean, he's done his job. If he gets 2 more big ones, they're all going to have to catch him.
No doubt about it. We've seen a lot of fish catches here this week, and a lot of the anglers that didn't do well in the tournament may have caught 15 or 20 bass, but you've got to catch those bigger ones, and Hunter Shryock has done that this morning. If you look at the anglers, the way they're spread out around Lake Murray, just keep in mind the size of this lake. That's about probably most of the lake there. There's probably about 40,000 acres we're looking at, and the 10 anglers are spread out very, very well. A lot of good fishing areas here on Lake Murray. Some of the tournaments that we have, you'll see the top 10 maybe all fishing within a few miles of one another. Not the case here this week.
Out live with your tournament leader, Hunter Shryock.
All right, guys, we've had a good morning. really good morning. I feel like we're just 2 bites. That's a prime example of what we're dealing with, though. That's got to be a blueback herring. I'm no biologist, but we got 2 more bites, and it's going to give us a shot at this thing. I just feel like maybe with that cold they bit this morning well, and now we kind of hit a lull. And it's all about timing here. It's all about being at the right place when they go to biting. So, you know, we've seen some here this a little bit ago. They just didn't act right. So maybe, you know, there's going to be another window to open up, and we got to capitalize on it. So trying to wait for this bird to, I don't really want to hook a herring. I haven't had one blow up or sniff on the Chapo today. It's surprising, but it's bass fishing. That's what these things do. They just get weird after a cold night, and now you got bluebird skies, not a cloud around. I'm still gonna fish this stuff in between some of the places that I've been fishing, the docks and stuff, because it's worth a shot, but still just trying to keep an open mind on how to approach each high percentage place. Because like when I get a bite, it's not a surprise, it's almost expected. You just gotta have enough of them to go through, and just need to trick too. You can see the bluebacks running down the bank right now. And I caught a 6-pounder right there first day of the tournament, so kind of trying to stay keyed up. That's going to be the difference, because it's going to happen. It's just going to be, am I ready? Am I prepared for it to happen or not? So got really fortunate with a 7-pounder this morning. I'm sure everybody watched it. Just want to say hi to my wife and all my family. I know they're keyed up, so we're working on it. Just gonna keep grinding away.
Mentioned that Hunter's fishing Shoal Island, the shore of the Shoal Island. He is fishing the same areas over and over. It is about a 2-mile stretch, but you can cover that 2 miles very easily a couple times over in an 8 to 10 hour fishing day. I am seeing him fishing some places that we saw him fish yesterday, and that might be taking its toll a little bit, but man, he's got the right 4 fish in the boat right now. He's got a long time to just get one more good solid bite. And like you said, 2 more he'd be tough to beat.
Told me he came into this event with the plan that he was gonna sight fish, and day 1 of the event he had like 10 pounds from sight fishing, and as covering water he started to catch fish, you know, and literally has just rode the pattern the whole way through. You hear anglers coming in where they're so set. Well, he just being fluid is what has got him here.
Yeah, if you watch tournaments a lot, pay attention to the tournaments a lot, I mean, these anglers have 3 days of official practice, and most of them, or all of them, try to have a plan after the practice rounds are over. But oftentimes a winner or several people in the top 10 will say, hey, I was going to do plan A, and then this just kind of started developing, and I just rolled with it. And that's what you have to do in a 4-day event, because very seldom, especially this time of the year, early, late winter, early spring, you have the conditions changing so much that you have to just kind of roll with what's happening, especially when you see bait fish up along the shoreline like Hunter was talking about there. A lot of the blueback herring are just literally up there in 6 inches of water or less.
Uh-oh. Oh, damn. You just had him. Missed it.
What just happened? We're live?
Just missed it. This should get better this afternoon. I mean, I already missed like 5 or 6 today. That's where he was yesterday too, and they eat him good in the afternoon. So that's what happened this morning. Lost one about 6 or 7, and
has the conditions changed today?
Or just too early in the day, or not enough wind, or I don't know. But it's supposed to get better afternoon. That's the only bet I got to win this thing, you know. I mean, there was the same thing yesterday, so I'm not really upset about it. If you get on the right time and right spot, they're gonna eat them. I mean, you know. Just not the right timing here. I've seen so many fish, but you can't just lock up on this kind of fish. Just gotta keep them loading and trying to find the best deal for today, you know. All right, one more cast.
Kenta Kamira has had a great tournament. If anything went wrong for him, it was day number 1 where he only had 15 pounds, but he's been a little quiet about the baits he's using. I've tried to get it out of him on stage. He said it's not a top water. It's not a drop shot, but something in between.
Oh, boy. That narrows it down.
But he might not give it to me, but I think he gave it to our production team, Kenta Kamira, breaking down his baits.
Not a big one, but this was really deal. Kept me at 24 yesterday and 21 today. Jack-o'-lantern bait. I just take the scissors and the paint off, trying to make it clear as possible because everybody's on the phone, and I'm sure they're tired to look at it. So I just fight it off in the clear color. And since I figured them up, I just keep on catching all day. I probably caught about 30 fish on day 2, and also practice for. I kind of know I'm gonna make a cut, so I practiced another couple hours, and each point on the other side of the lake and stuff, and I caught another. Probably I could have had another 20 pounder yesterday. Now I need a blue trophy, and I never had a touch with a blue trophy because I want to get it myself, my own. So let's see if I can do it.
Yeah! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Oh, we're covering this tournament from all angles, Davey Height. We've seen some aerial footage. Of course, we've got cameras in the boat, cameras on shore. We even have cameras under the water, and that a look at our playing field, which is Lake Murray this week.
Yeah, it's a great lake, and that's one of the big keys you see right there. Well, both of the big keys to the bass fishing being so great. You saw the blueback herring going through the vegetation there, so a good mixture of vegetation here on Lake Murray, just enough to really, really let these largemouth bass thrive and give them food and cover available around that vegetation. Right now, the fish are searching for the blueback heron up extremely shallow, not so much into vegetation. We got John Cox now. Looks like he's sight fishing for one right now.
Not just bass, but he excels in vegetation too.
Stay on, baby.
Yes.
Stay on. You had it the whole time. Come on. Come on. He's not a bad one. Oh no, come on. No. Nope. Stay out of them logs. Stay out of them logs. Nope. Nope. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come back this way. Come back this way. Come here. Come here. Come here. Got him. All right. There we go. Number 3.
Wow. Good fish.
It's not too bad. I was so upset when we lost him because I was like, gosh, I knew that was my fault on that one. But all right, keep going. All right, that's the routine. Troll a couple miles and catch one. 1 an hour. God, don't remind me. Oh.
John caught one of those
But
anglers.
that's 2.
Catching more
on the
fish in the afternoon also. So good things to come for John Cox, I'm sure. I was privy to a funny conversation between him and Cobb at check-in yesterday afternoon, and Cobb said, I caught 50, 60 fish, and Cox like, I caught 7 all day. It was mind-numbingly, and they both kind of came up with, we should join powers, and we could be a superpower. Wow. Oh, boy. That's a good shot of what Lake Murray has going right now. Schooling fish, and those are not little small fish either. Really good-sized fish schooling throughout the lake, all the way from the dam up to the mouths of the Big and the Little Saluda River.
Little chubs.
Catching most of his fish on a big worm, but when they come up schooling around the boat, you always want to grab a topwater bait or a jerk bait, something like that, and cast where those fish are schooling. And usually you can hook up if you get that bait in there quick enough.
I mean, that fish, look at that thing.
Lake Murray has certainly made me proud this week, but one thing that has made me most proud is so many of the anglers saying how healthy the fish look, how, just the coloration and the size, not being long and skinny fish like we see sometimes some places. These fish are very, very healthy. Now we see a look of our day 2 leader, and he's hooked up, Drew Benton.
That might. Might help me. I think this will get rid of that smallest one. Yep. This is my smallest one now.
Having a good day. Said he saw a lot of empty beds yesterday. Thought he would switch it up and try a few different things today. And we've seen him catch quite a few on a square bill crankbait, fishing up shallow, around some shallow rocks. Benton's biggest problem, and it's not insurmountable, but his biggest problem is he's got the furthest to come back. He went out in 10th this morning. Day 3 was his roughest day of the tournament, obviously. But if any tournament you can make a comeback, we've seen Kenta Kamira come back. Bernie Schultz, what he did was unbelievable. And now over to, I'll be honest, he's my favorite dude to watch. I mean, he makes me happy. Oh, yeah. I mean, you can't help but smile when you see someone having so much fun. When there's a lot of pressure on these anglers, a lot at stake.
Got him, and he's a little one. Oh, all that time, I thought he was at least a 3-pounder. Dang it. Oh, my confidence just went sky high, though. Finally got him.
He's even laughing and having fun when he's got a little one on. Not many anglers do that.
It'd probably be snagged or something. Come here. Oh, no, he's in the mouth. Oh, come here. Come here. Come here. There we go. He got it. Gosh, that is a tiny one. He looks so good from there. All right. I don't even know which one that is. 4 maybe? Gosh, this has been so tough. We got to just keep moving. All right, got 4 in there. 4, that'll put us probably in 10th place. All right, let's get moving. Let's go get to work. Sun's high. I thought for sure that fish is bigger than that. I thought that was one of them ones you see and you're like, oh man, thought it was only a 3, but it was bigger. Ended up being a 2-pounder.
Boy, day 3 leader, Mount Fujita, is hooked up. Well, it's going to get interesting. The second half of the day has definitely been best for him. Not even close. He's caught very, very few fish in the morning, and you can see today looks like it's going to be another day just like that for him.
Yes. Yes. Maybe 3.5.
Good solid fish there for. So composed and yes, just.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
If I didn't know he was 26,
Yeah.
you'd think he's a lot older. Yeah. Very meticulous with his baits. That's no surprise. Most Japanese anglers seem to be. Well, everybody's trying to chase down our day 3 leader, Koya Fujita. Let's get caught up with our Yamaha midday report. And might as well start with Mount Fujita himself, his 3rd Elite Series event and his 2nd top 10, making it 2 in a row. He's your Rookie of the Year leader. Yeah, it's really been interesting to watch him this week. I was not able to find him at Lake Seminole. He had a good tournament there, like you mentioned, but Koya is really, really fun to watch. It's definitely much different than John Cox, but just what he's doing is so different than anyone else that I know of in the tournament. Certainly different than anyone in the top 10. He's using forward-facing sonar, about 5 of them on his boat, I think, to find these fish, and he's making specific casts to fish. Does not make a cast unless he sees a bass, and it's been working out for him, especially in the afternoon. But we're in South Carolina, and you always got to watch out for Patrick Walters. Yeah, Patrick Walters from Santee Cooper Lakes, but his fish here at Lake Murray. He's won multiple tournaments here at Lake Murray. Seems like he's won multiple tournaments at almost everywhere we go. If not, Bassmaster Elites, he's got 4 Bassmaster Elite, 4 Bassmaster total wins, Elites, and Opens. But Patrick Walters, along with Brandon Cobb, have just caught 20 to 50 bass per day. Lots and lots of numbers. Today they're going to have to step it up and hopefully catch a couple of those 5- and 6-pounders to make up that lead. Well, we've talked about Koya Fujita's incredible start to his first season on the Elites, but tough to top this guy's first season on the Elites. 2 Elite Series wins in his first season. Yeah, Brandon Cobb has done really, really well here this week. No surprise at all. He fished Lake Hartwell probably more than Lake Murray, but he's fished Lake Murray a lot. He and his dad fished here a lot when he was growing up. Certainly familiar with the blueback herring and how to search for those blueback herring this time of the year when they're spawning. A lot of different baits he's used, a lot of moving baits, and just between him and Patrick Walters, they have definitely won the numbers game here this week, catching a lot of fish. He lost a bigger fish or 2 day 2 and 1 yesterday, so kind of hurt him a little bit, but Brandon Cobb's still in the mix, no doubt about it. Brandon Cobb, not just a Elite Series champion, 2-time Elite Series champion, also a member of the Bassmaster Century Club. An incredible career. Fished FLW before coming here and was a consistent guy. But since he got here, he knows how to swing for him. Speaking of swinging for him, Drew Benton, your day 2 leader. Drew Benton caught most of his fish day 1 and day 2. I think about all of his fish. Sight fishing for those fish shallow, and the bigger fish just have not been replenishing
up there on those beds, so he's mixed it up, especially today. We've seen him throwing a square bill crankbait up real shallow, using the shady side of these points, fishing up shallow around riprap or some type of rock around the edge. The blueback herring up there really shallow. And a really, really good day. Currently in second place, Drew Benton mixing it up from sight fishing to throwing a square bill crankbait, and has worked out really well for him here today.
Drew Benton went out in 10th place this morning, so he's got a bit of a mountain to climb, but going out in second place this morning, Hunter Shryock, and man, he came out swinging early and often.
Definitely got it going on early this morning for him. Caught several fish just right off the bat. Hunter has been like a lot of the other anglers. Later in the day has been good for him, but this morning, he didn't stay in second place very long. He put one close to 7 pounds in the boat. He's only got 4. And he's got the lead, and that might seem disappointing if you don't keep up with our Bassmaster tournaments, but it's actually a good thing. So he's got anything he catches is the legal length limit to keep will add to his lead. So good thing for Hunter Shryock. He's got 4 bass. One more fish like that would probably let him hold that blue trophy over his head this afternoon for the first time. I think everybody would be excited to see Hunter get a victory here also.
Hunter has worked for a long time to put himself in this position, former motocross racer, and now just a few hours away from becoming an Elite Series champion, hopefully. But we got 9 other anglers who got something to say about that, and as you can see, as we've seen every single day, the leaderboard continuing to tighten up. But Hunter Shryock atop the leaderboard with 81 pounds, 15 ounces. If it's not Hunter, who's it going to be, Davey?
Oh, you got to keep your eyes on Keoya. He's done so well in the afternoon. He might do it again today.
We'll be right back.
Today on Fox, the Kings of the Lane lay everything on the line for a major title where names become legends and legends become champions. The PBA World Series of Bowling Finals today at noon Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Mark Zona, I know you're ready for them to get rolling, but we got a guy that's been rolling down the bank, getting lots of strikes during the course of this day, and that is Hunter Shryock, our leader.
Yeah, and Tommy, a little bit of a scary thing going on, though, in this tournament to really look at Hunter Shryock. A fantastic morning, and that definitely has 2 of the right ones in his live well. But if you kind of remember yesterday, Hunter Shryock's afternoon was very, very slow on semifinal Saturday. Still sitting on 4 fish in his live well as Koya Fujita slowly scratches back at that lead. Going to get back on the water right now with one of the local anglers, Jason Williamson, still in the mix. And the story with Jason Williamson, so much knowledge of these herring lakes, made the comment those cold nights, and we had one last night. He said that herring bite will definitely fire as the water actually warms up. We're starting to see that a little bit right now with Williamson.
Up 11 pounds, 8 ounces in his live well.
Yeah, and a lot of work with a Zoom Mag trick worm days 1 and 2. And I want you to watch that fish catch right there, how far Williamson stays off of these points. Crazy long casts.
Oh, that freaking herring all over my boat. That's the deal.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're after.
That is the deal, isn't it?
It's a bass right there. There was another one went somewhere. Thing will be stinking. I thought I saw 2 come out of his mouth anyway.
I'm just trying to think of the best area.
This could be number 5 for Hunter Shryock. Keepers have to be 14 inches in length.
I don't think it's 14 inches.
That is not a big one, but that is actually mentally a very big bass.
He says, "Shh, in your face, though." Yeah, he is.
In the box he goes.
In the box he goes. I mean, he wasn't hooked bad, so that's good. It is number 5, right? Yeah, 5. 1 pound. 1 pound. Why? On that stupid pole? I'm sorry. It is a 14-inch size limit. I'm just double checking in my head. As I talk about not getting a bite. I know, I got quiet. I got quiet because it's real, you know what I mean? It's here, this is it. Don't second guess yourself.
Can't tell. He had kind of like a flop to him, but he didn't look that big. Looked like a 2 3/4 maybe. Yeah, that's about what he is. 2 1/2, 2 3/4, maybe. I did hook one on the little smaller hooks though. I don't think he's gonna do anything. I don't know if he's gonna do anything. See what I'm hitting? Smaller hooks got him. He's gonna be real close, ain't he? I'll look and see, but
Shrike's fifth fish gave him 18-12 on the day, 82 pounds, 15 ounces total. A little bit bigger lead on Drew Benton, about 2 1/4 pounds. Benton's the only one with 20 pounds so far today.
Yeah, no kidding.
Really good conditions for your leaders.
Thanks, Hunter.
Hunter Shryock, really calm winds today, high skies. Should set up some fish on some of these boat docks, and this is absolutely perfect for Fujita as well. Forward-facing sonar, really slick like it was on days 1 and 2. And kind of to dissect the pockets that Fujita has fished and concentrated on, about 3 different pockets right off of the main lake. Not a pocket that goes way back. It's, you know, only a couple hundred yards off the main lake, concentrating in, call it 9 to 15 feet of water. There definitely is some grass out in those areas. We saw that with Tyler Rivette. Greg Hackney said he actually marked a lot of grass in the depths here on Lake Murray, which something we did not know coming into this tournament.
Which, for people who are maybe tuned in watching online, wonder if these fish are all blueback herring eaters and that's what they're paying attention to, what does the grass matter? But grass in this ecosystem just helps everything be able to survive more. All the bait fish can hide more, better for the water clarity. Obviously gives a lot of options for fishermen as well.
Yes.
Drew Benton, our leader of day number 2. Pretty good comeback today, having to switch his approach in a pretty dramatic way. Try something different, and it's worked for him in large part. This is a view of his situation right there from above.
That gives you a really good shot of how let's see him blowing up in your upper left-hand corner. It gives you a good shot of how shallow these wolf packs will get here on Murray. That is great drone work right there from our cameraman, Wes Miller. Good stuff here on Murray.
Blueback herring drive the narrative here in so many ways for so many of our anglers. And it has been a good week here on Lake Murray. A good tight competition. Hunter Shryock with a 2 pound and almost 2.5 pound lead, but boy, it is still just about anyone's game. Today, the NASCAR Cup Series returns to Fox as the series heads to Talladega, where high speeds and pack racing always make you hold your breath. Catch all the action with the pre-race kicking things off at 2 Eastern. Then engines fire for the Geico 500 at 3 Eastern, and you catch it all on Fox. So much prestige involved in a win at Talladega. Big risk-reward
Oh,
place.
yeah.
Absolutely. These guys have gotten to chance to risk doing what they want to do at this place, and they are rewarded this time around because it's worked for most of them. And our Mercury move of the day, Hunter Shryock.
At that right there, Tommy Sanders, Mercury move of the day with Hunter Shryock. Boy, it started off quick for him, but that 8:58 catch right there, 6 pounds and 8 ounces unofficially, and really one of the most important bass in that whole limit right there. Your Mercury move of the day for Hunter Shryock just came at about 11:15, a barely keeper, but that puts 5 in his live well. This one looks like between him and Fujita is going to go down to the wire. Mercury move of the day, though, Hunter Shryock having a big morning, and he needed it as slow as his afternoons have been here the last 2 days.
And that last fish helped him achieve just a little bit more than his weight yesterday for the total day. And he's got a whole lot of day left on this one to work on that.
And really to dissect that peninsula, it's called Shull Island right there. Davey was talking about it a little bit. It's really the biggest peninsula on the south side of the lake, really sticks into the main basin of Lake Murray. And the one thing about it, Tommy, it kind of almost acts like a highway. A lot of fish that go to the back of that creek to spawn, a lot of fish that are coming from the main lake. It's really been the best of both worlds for Hunter Shryock in this tournament, and a 2-mile stretch that received a lot of pressure throughout this tournament, but not pressure in the way Shryock has fished. Well, you get a look at those.
All right, we got 1 pipsqueak, so we got a
Stand
limit.
by.
But we still need 2 bites. 2 bites to feel like we even have a chance. 3 bites to have a really good chance. Just because I think we have like a 3-pounder or something. So one 4-pounder gives us a 3-pound call at this point, which is huge. Bluebacks are everywhere. I'm just glad I got that bite because I didn't want to have to run around later if I didn't have 5 fish. Typically this has been the best time of the day, but it's off again today. Well, this is the first day it hasn't been right, but that's fishing. That's what you're going to deal with. And just noticing those bite windows. We just got to run into 2 dumb ones. We've been around a lot of smart ones. I was just telling Brandon, my camera guy, I feel like we caught all the ones that were silly enough to eat that Chapo, the most aggressive ones anyhow. They just haven't been on it today, and that's fishing. That's what you got to figure out. I'm gonna keep throwing it because I know what can happen. Just try not to spend as much time doing it. So all of these points in this whole lake all have fish on them right now. You either out or up shallow where you can see them, and just getting one to bite. And those are usually the better ones that I've seen that have, like, the best ones that I've seen have been up in 6 inches of water. It really reminds me of fishing in New York, like at a Lake Oneida or something when the water's up. It looks like that's super shallow, but those fish can get up. They can get up in this much water and live there, and that's what they've been doing. And these bluebacks get going down the bank. When that sun gets high, it pushes those bluebacks up in the shade even more, and that's typically when I get my better bites because it condenses everything down. In the morning, I think a lot of these fish roam, and as the day progresses, they just keep getting tighter and tighter. Again, I don't know how much it is everywhere. I got me about a mile-long stretch of it, and I think maybe, you know, this region of the lake, it's got this, you know, specifically going on, and combined with some big, you know, main lake fish. So that's a perfect example of what we need. And off to the right of that dock post is where my bait needs to be, right there. And if you hook one, I mean, you don't have very good chances, but that's where those fish are at right now.
Brilliant sunshine providing shade, which Hunter Shryock needs, and ironically, one of his big rivals today, Kyoya Fujita, needs the light as well for different reasons. Over to John.
That was great information from Shryock right there. Kind of tells the entire story of his tournament. Really hoping that this sunlight position sets up his fish. John Cox hooked up.
Might be a pretty decent one. Come on, baby. We need you. You're number 5. It's not bad. Got him. Not too bad. Swallowed it there. Just gotta keep going. One of these times I'm gonna throw on one of them and them big ones are gonna come in. And if not, maybe we'll just troll by one and be like, oh, that's a big one. Okay.
Tommy, your day 3 leader has 5 forward-facing sonar transducers on his boat. John Cox, I think he has 1 depth finder on the front of his boat, which I'm not even sure it's on.
And a compass in his pocket.
A little
maybe.
behind pace, but
right.
It's okay.
And that's what's beautiful is that they both basically have the same weight over a 4-day event too. It's not an end-all be-all if you have that technology. The fact that these guys are competing doing something totally opposite says a lot still.
John Cox has been out here with the elites for 4 years. He already feels like a regular cast member, though, for Bassmaster Live.
Yes.
He's an overachiever.
Seemed like there was another one.
Guy just
On the outside.
kind of puts his head down and fishes what is in front of him. And we said it earlier today on FS1. If you look at Shryock and Fujita, one angler
Sure did get
totally
cold last
relying
night, though,
on
didn't
his
it?
electronics, and Hunter Shryock, like John Cox, just fishing what's in front of him.
I appreciate it. Well, I might see you again. You guys take care.
We have had 3 days of fishing in the books here with 3 different leaders. Matt Robertson.
Wow.
Drew Benton. Kyoya Fujita. This is Championship Sunday if you're just picking up with us today.
One interesting thing, though, those leaders, Tommy, all doing 3 different things. Matt Robertson with a topwater bait, Drew Benton predominantly sight fishing the first 3 days of this tournament, Kyoya Fujita fishing a lot deeper. But your power pole replay of the day, which could end up being the biggest bass of this young angler's life, Hunter Shryock with a giant under this boat dock, and I'm just going to let it ride. Power pole replay of the day, Hunter Shryock.
Yep, I'm talking clear back, bro. Clear back. the money, dude. Give me a hug. Give me a hug. Oh my. Look at where she's hooked. She's barely. Thank you. I'm sorry for screaming so early, but we're fishing for 100 grand.
That was right at the end of the second hour of fishing. Hunter Shryock striking big time today. This has been his day so far, but he's got to keep it going. Got to keep pushing forward. He is no ways safe in the barn yet. He's got a lot of work left to do, as do the rest of our 10 anglers, but hats off to all of them for making it. Catching them better than everyone else at a place where a lot of people caught a lot of fish during the course of the first 3 days. Drew Benton right behind. Fujita starting to make some noise again as it stands, and we'll be right back after this.
The Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Come on, look at you. Come on. Come on, girl. Come on. God, she's barely hooked. Come here. Come here. Got her. I got her. Yeah, look at that. Down its throat. Oh, man, awesome. There we go.
Man, some of the baits I've been using this week, the number one was definitely the Berkeley jerk shad. I was throwing a Texas rig and throwing on a bunch of different 8-pound, 10-pound straight braid. That was my main bait. I caught a lot of fish on that one. And but towards the end of the day today, the Berkeley swim jig with the Max Scent meaty chunk. That's what I caught some of my key keepers right at the end of the day. Kind of flipping it a little bit more. So those are my main baits this week at Lake Murray.
John Cox right there. Go Cox. Isn't that what they say in South Carolina? Absolutely. I think they're talking about a different sports franchise.
Yeah.
A different sports franchise. There's another South Carolinian right there. Brandon Cobb, second place right now.
He's of the
Drew
Clemson variety.
Yeah,
Brandon
that's
Cobb
right. No
is.
SEC.
He's an orange tiger over there, a little west.
Not at all. Not at all. But the biggest rival of the Cox, of the Gamecocks, is Clemson.
100%.
Yes.
We'll have to ask if Brandon does not like John, even though earlier I heard they were going to combine forces because one is catching 5 fish a day, and they're all big ones, and then one is catching 50 a day. You know, so they need to combine forces, like Dave Mercer and Davey Height were saying.
Looks like we're headed
Gonna
down
get back
to
on the water.
Fujita. Yeah.
Really looking at Fujita right there. This has been the time of day where it has started to fire for him. And we actually got a running shot of Fujita. He has not done much of that this tournament.
Oh, boy.
Like this.
Too huff.
Two and a half would be an upgrade. Half a pound. Fujita.
That is his bottom line. It goes to his limit fish. That is number 5.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, I was getting
Cuts
ahead of
his
myself.
deficit in half. He needed a 5-pounder to tie Shryock. About 2.5 back now.
Doing a little fizzing right there, which tells you that he has fished way deeper than any of our other competitors. Not just leaders, competitors in this tournament. See the bubbles coming out right there, just releasing pressure on the air bladder. Looks like he's pretty efficient at it, too.
Yeah, that was quick. Cox with another one here. Will it keep?
Gosh, he looks so big down there. Oh, fell right out. I don't think. I should probably just pitch him, but
Well, Cully's got a couple.
We caught on top water.
Entered his 2-0.
Oh. I think we'll just keep this white one. All right. So the one I must have marked must be this one under the dock right here.
Oh, look at him blowing up on Camara's point right there. Wow.
Come on. Oh, got it. There you go. Oh, yeah. Here's better one. Yeah, here's better. Yep. Just 3 pounder, I guess. Oh, yes. Better than what I got. Oh, yeah, better than I thought. Stay on. Stay on. Yes, sir. That's a 3. 3.5, or I don't know. Let's say 3 for now.
What you? I know it's already stuck.
All right.
I'll wait.
I get it.
Yeah.
That's all right. He got started.
Tommy, Kenta's my guy. He really is.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
He's
on
the
and
greatest.
On and off the water.
He's a good guy.
Off the water, he's my guy.
You like the way he fishes, don't you?
I do. And in all honesty,
Let's pull up this one.
we've covered him now several years. He is equally efficient with a bait caster and a spinning rod, but loves the big baits,
he's
and I
been
kind of
chasing
thought
the
we were going to
bait for a
see
while.
that.
That's what I saw earlier.
And honestly, a legend in Japan. How long he's been here? He's one of the not first people, but one of the longest tenured anglers in America pursuing this dream for sure.
Get the bulbs.
And you also saw in that visual of Kenta with those fish blowing up why it's so fun to do team tournaments in the Carolinas when you're around blueback herring.
He also does a little EMT work on the side here.
Got it.
Thank you, sir.
Let's do it again. Let's see this. 2 more.
John,
at least.
cameraman John appreciates that.
Ooh, yeah.
Nope. This way. Back out. Back out to the open. Back out to the open. Get away from the dock. Come on. Come on. Well, that's the first one I've caught just throwing it under the dock. Come here. There we go. There we go. Man, that might be crazy. They might, they might just start eating. Yeah, that's nice. I thought it was a really big one for a second. Oh, hey. Oh, yeah. Thanks for letting me borrow them. Thank you.
Boy, the boat dock owners on my lake are not that kind. I'm not going to lie.
They're on a charm offensive here in South Carolina.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully we'll come back here.
I got a lot of Susans and Karens on the boat docks I fish, man.
Caught some fish on it. I'm wondering if I just because I threw that big one too long.
Cobb.
It wasn't a shiggy hit. It's a big one. He about caught it. Not like a giant, but he's a good one. 3 pounder. Not hooked great. I was gonna flip him, but I can see the whole hook. I don't like it. I think he'll call one. He's not as big as I thought he was, but he might be 3. Maybe a 3-pounder. I think he'll call. Yeah. He's definitely gonna call. I got to get my balance beam though. It's gonna be this situation again, isn't it? Let's see. You're good where you are? Five's gonna be bigger because that's the one I just caught. Pretty sure. Yep. I think 1's gonna be it, but it could be 4. Looks like it don't really matter. I think 4 is a little bit bigger. They are about the same though.
Well, you could see the color of the water, just how shallow these main lake points that fire are. Call it really 1 to 4 feet of water, not much deeper than that. Again, a lot of our local anglers said when that water spikes, the temperature spikes a degree or 2 off of a cold night, like we saw in practice here, that's when they really start biting on those main lake points.
Like a pretty good one.
There we go. That's old big girl right there. Whew. That took a minute. They're all that big. Dude, it's insane. Oh, Trey, what the hell, dude? It took a freaking minute, man.
Hear that?
Yeah.
The first 2 we lost were that big, dude. You believe that? Just missed it or nicked it in the side or something. Dang.
That's a
Let me make sure I
3-pound
pull real
upgrade.
quick before I forget.
He's back into 4th.
Mm.
Sort out.
Tommy, I'm not going to lie. I am driving to Lake St. Clair to do a lot of fishing. One of the big destinations in the country. Why in the heck am I not driving to this lake?
We are getting so spoiled here. Man, oh man. If you're a believer that some boat wakes will help stir up the herring action, you're in business today as well. I'm seeing lots of traffic out there on this gorgeous day in South Carolina on Lake Murray. We're all getting spoiled watching catch fish after fish. There's just no lull in the action, just the way we like it. Hunter Shrike still hanging in there. In the top spot, Drew Benton. Big push from him today to pull himself up into 2nd place. Fujita threatening, starting the day with the lead and threatening to get back up in there. So much stuff going on right here on this final Championship Sunday on Lake Murray with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Yeah!
No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
The best in the business, the Bassmaster Elite Series. 9 events make up our total season here. This is stop number 3. This will finish up the first third of 2023 for the Elite Series, the Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray. So many fish to be caught out here. We have seen such great action nonstop for 3 and almost 3.5 days now.
And really, that map tells the entire story of this event. As you see, so many of your leaders right now very, very close to that main lake. See Patrick Walters a little further back in a creek, but majority of your anglers that have caught him this week, this time of day is when they kind of get near that main drag on Murray. Back out to Patrick Walters, who just landed a good one.
That's another good one. Oh my God, the one's with it. How about that? That's another call, baby. Patience. Haven't learned it yet, but hey, it's making some headway. We're getting better. Oh no, God.
Walter's over 18 pounds now. About 2 pounds out of the lead.
Watch out.
Shrike had 111, 1 pound 11 ounces on Walters.
I saw that one swim by, and it, oh, I saw him swim by, and then I was like, oh, there goes my line. Little guy, come here, come here. Oh, he swallowed it. Ah, it's a little one. Yeah, baby one. I'm gonna let him go. Hey. Boy, we just gotta get around them. Suckers are biting now. Oh, nice.
Boy, the people are friendly here. They got plenty of bass, too, so they're not getting mad about catching them.
Yeah.
Well, Tommy,
There's always a bad
also
swim in the bunch, though.
If I had a lake house like that, I'd be in a great mood as well.
Yeah, man, no kidding. What a spread.
There you go. He came big, but number 5. It's number 5. Oh, 2 pounder, smallest limit I have. I feel like they started off pretty good, so.
At least they're biting, you know.
Yeah. Finally got me a limit. Smallest limit.
I was really looking forward to this lake on the schedule. Being from the Carolinas originally, just how unique Lake Murray can be, especially when it's on the uptick like it is, Tommy. And there's a couple different factors. Not only the blueback herring that I showed at the Screen of Knowledge yesterday, we may show it again at the end of our show today, explaining that, but a little bit of vegetation. You've got the bass spawn going on this week where, you know, the moon phase, the temperature of the water, they make their way up there. You see a lot of other species of fish as well in Lake Murray, but we kind of have a perfect storm. The shad spawn, the herring spawn, and the bass spawn all colliding this week. So some of these high percentage areas where you maybe catch one fish in a certain stage, you have the ability to catch a lot of fish in different stages in that same vicinity. We've seen that from anglers catching pre and post spawn bass.
Yeah, I'm really taking a look at a lot of those gar on those shallow points. A lot of times, you know, when you're kind of nearing the end of the largemouth spawn, when those fish start to guard their fry, when the largemouth guard their fry, you start to see a lot more presence of gar like that on some of these shallow points. Really, really good underwater from Wes Miller right there. And like you said, Ronnie, pretty much all phases, largemouth spawn, fry guarding with largemouth, shad, herring spawn, very, very diverse and healthy lake. Unbelievable footage right there. Very cool.
And you also hear John Cox talking about seeing the development of bluegill beds and the fact that the bluegill are shortly behind these shad and herring on their spawn. So the fact of those fish that get off the bed for largemouth bass, they don't have to go swim to 20 feet to recoup after spawning. They can get all of the nutrients, all of the weight that they need to put back on right where they just got done spawning themselves.
Okay,
Oh, hey.
So get a look at this right here. This is 4+ pounders. 4 pounds or better for largemouth catches throughout the week. Tommy, I hate to say this, during our classic, I think we had like 4 or 5 icons up.
Hey, now.
A little bit of a contrast.
Whoa. Talk about a Skinnerboat's big fish. Lake
I am
Murray.
spewing the truth, Tommy Sanders.
You absolutely are.
Yes.
All lakes are not created equal.
There were 75 4+ pounders on day 1, 65 on day 2, 51 when we cut the field to 50 on day 3. Today we already got 13.
Oh my goodness.
And not only the single big bass, but the 20-pound bags. This surpassed Lake Okeechobee, which had 37 20-pound bags over 4 days of competition, which isn't too shabby. We had, I believe, 32 after 2 days, added another 13 yesterday, 45 20-pound bags, and we already have one, at least on Bass Track today.
It's heaven on earth for bass fishing fans. No doubt about that. Back to Hunter Shryock, our leader.
Doing a preview in the season, and Brandon Cobb was telling me this is going to be the best fish catching lake we will visit this year.
He was shooting you straight there, Suge.
Yeah, he was.
Well, it is going to be a important couple hours for Hunter Shryock trying to seal his first Bassmaster Elite Series victory, because he is not out of the woods yet. It just feels like he's going to need 2 or 3 more pounds.
Got that 6.5 pounder, but he does have a 1 pounder and a 212.
A lot of tough customers to stay ahead of, including this man right here, Kyoya Fujita.
Yes.
He's got 2 on Bass Track that go 2-0.
That hook that
Yeah, and 90 degree.
What's going on here?
What's
Wait,
going on back
Pointing
here?
something out.
Yeah, Bob?
Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Wait. Hey, you.
Wait. Go on now. I'm not sure I've ever seen this, Tommy.
He's checking out all that sonar equipment. He can't believe it.
He heard some pinging down there.
Yeah.
In fact, he is being picked up on one of them right now.
Maybe he's friends with that fish.
He likes Koya.
He does.
He's trying to get a look at Koya's baits, is what he's trying to do.
That's actually, I thought that
I know
looked
we
familiar.
won't.
That is Davey's pet goose
That is
he
our
has in-
secret
yeah.
agent. He's a master of
96.
disguise, and he's out there trying to run it down.
It's a robot.
It's a goose drone.
All birds are robots anyway, Suge.
What is going on here?
Trying to climb
I've
in.
never seen that before, ever.
Also, maybe the nicest goose I've ever seen in my life, too.
That's just
You seem more
part of the country
skittish
we're
than
in.
curious.
Three, 4, 5. It is.
Tommy,
Oh!
Tommy, really, between the lake owners and the wildlife, everybody's nice here and wants to be friends.
It's just the friendliest place on earth.
What?
What? Now, wait a minute. Okay. Okay. Now that's friendly's friendly, but come on.
My island.
Personal space invader.
It's happening.
He's 3 feet away from it.
That goes to show you how little he's ran his boat down the lake today. The goose now thinks it's like
an island.
a stable object out there, yeah.
All right.
That is the most bizarre thing I've ever seen
weird.
on Bassmaster, and we've seen weird.
Yeah. We've got a list of things like that, but that's the first for that one. All right. Koya Fujita goosing himself up the leaderboard a little bit there for sure. Drew Benton still hanging in there in 3rd place. Big comeback from 10th place for him today. Patrick Walters, the mover in this last hour for sure, pulling up very, very close to our leader, Hunter Shryock. We've still got plenty of fishing time. We're just getting up to the halfway point on this final day of 4 days fishing on Lake Murray, and we will be right back. Today, the NASCAR Cup Series returns to Fox as the series heads to Talladega, where high speeds and pack racing always make you hold your breath. Catch all the action with the pre-race kicking things off at 2 Eastern, then the engines fire for the Geico 500 at 3 Eastern, and you can watch it all on Fox. Oh, Talladega's a big deal. This is a big deal here. This is one of our, most memorable tournaments in a long, long time on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and we have a few of them every now and then. This is just catching them nonstop for 4 days solid, and we are not done yet. Not by a long shot. Look how close those scores are in the top 4 positions.
And really coming into this tournament, a lot of times you'll get a little bit of wives' tales going on with some of the anglers and not really telling us what's going on out on the water, but pretty much every angler we've covered said, oh no, they are biting in a big way. And fair to say that Lake Murray, Tommy, you nailed it. Lake Murray has lived up to everything we had heard coming into this event, with a lot of really strange stuff that has gone on.
Which we love. We love that stuff.
You know, Tommy, I will tell you that goose that jumped in Fujita's boat, he's very lucky that Fujita appears to be a very nice young man, because there's a few Elite Series anglers that would be eating that goose for dinner tonight.
Absolutely, yeah. He'd be in the smoker already.
Hyoya is in the minority there in terms of being docile with a goose. So.
That's right, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, come on.
Drew Cook, such a big day yesterday to come from way back in the pack, and we just haven't seen much from Drew today.
Thank you, sir.
Drew, former Angler of the Year in 2019, and every year since then, he has been a big part of the Progressive Angler of the Year race. Rookie of the Year in 2019. And he, once again this year, he is a big part of that Angler of the Year race, in 5th place as it stands right now.
He's one of our college anglers, fishing, coming from Florida State. That's where he competed in college.
Yeah, I talked to him yesterday. Oh, it's good to meet you. Good to meet you. I think we've talked maybe a few times, but it's been years. Lance is on Hartwell today fishing, him and Daryl. Yeah. I don't know what they're fishing. They're fishing some tournament. Thank you. I'm giving those that point a break, see if those boogers will bite.
Talking about college anglers like Drew Cook, Brandon Cobb, one of those as well from Clemson, Patrick Walters from South Carolina, fishing in college and now making it to the big stage. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. A couple of those guys I just mentioned will be a part of the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge right now, because when you get to your home state or a state that's close to home, you have a lot of high expectations on you. You know, if it's other sports, you're kind of bracketing them as the favorites, the odds on to make the cut, get paid, finish in the top, whatever, of the field. But this week we had 13 different anglers from North and South Carolina in the event, 13 of our 103. So they had a lot of pressure on them. And when you're picking your Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing Team or Mercury Drain the Lake, who do you choose out of those 13 anglers? For those who maybe chose other guys, 5 of our Carolinians missed the cut this week. Meanwhile, 5 got paid, and then 3 have advanced and have a shot at a blue trophy and $100,000 today. Kudos to Patrick Walters, Jason Williamson, and Brandon Cobb for making the cut on a body of water they would maybe consider home, because it is not easy to fish as a local and a home favorite. We've seen in the past the curse of the home favorite. Too much history, too much knowledge has been a downturn, and we saw that a lot of percentages were invested in these anglers, 35 and 45% respectively for some of these anglers. Meanwhile, Brian New, who recently moved to Lake Murray, was rated at 70%, did not make the cut, hurt a lot of teams, and so picking between favorites, it's very difficult to choose which one, and I know we'll have that same problem at Lay Lake on the Coosa River with how many Alabama anglers would consider that maybe a home lake in a couple stops.
And our South Carolina guys will have another shot at it next week.
Yep.
As we go to the Santee Cooper Lakes, Marion and Moultrie. And actually, we get to go there. I think you reminded us at the time we were scheduled to go in 2020.
I think so.
We'll get to see it kind of right, what we missed out on when we were off on a different set. The goose is just, come on, come on.
Tommy, one of our marshals, Neil Paul, great friend of the show, did make one very valid point. He said, look, Goya's wrap is the same color as that goose, and it is that season. It is that time of year for the geese, I believe.
I'm going to do a poll here among our talking heads here. Which of among the 103 anglers would be most likely to put that goose in a compartment of the boat and put it in someone's live well for takeoff the next morning, if this were not the last day of the tournament?
Matt Robertson.
Matt Robertson. I think that's good.
I would also say maybe a Caleb Summerall or Lee Livesey would take it to put in Matt Robertson's live well. They would be the ones to
I'm saying Bill Dance has done it before.
Well, yeah, we know that.
And fair enough. I'm just going to put it out there. Hackney would have that thing skinned and hung already.
For everyone to see on a pike out in front of the weigh-in.
Right. Yeah. Wow. Never seen such a thing.
We'll know something's up if an osprey just comes to hang out and is docile with Kyoya. Then we know. Then we know something's up.
Then it gets a little weird.
Could be a spirit animal. Adult geese represent confidence.
I think that's a rock.
What?
Not a goose egg, though, for Fujita.
Oh, boy. Drew Benton is looking hard, looking to find something.
I thought might be, but I don't think so.
interesting how the lake all fires at the same time and then kind of slows down. You get to see the flurries of catches through all of the anglers, but what we needed a little minute and a half timeout.
Yeah, no kidding. And so we're getting so spoiled. It is so above average here. Brandon Cobb, the first few days, the leader in numbers, the numbers game. Not so many today, I don't think.
No, and I think that what he mentioned was crucial is, you know, when he was talking to the dock owner, that I need to let that point sit. He mentioned on stage yesterday just that giving a spot 30 minutes is huge, because yesterday he pulled up behind an angler once they left, was able to catch a whole mess of fish, including, you know, the double and things like that. So just a little bit of wait time can let these fish kind of get positioned where they're supposed to be. Once they get into a group, it really creates a competition and they start to feed a lot better. Like we mentioned, there's some other tricks like, you know, running your boat in a circle to gather up the bait fish or to position, but that's more.
We haven't delved into that.
Yeah,
too
we
much
hadn't
yet, no.
seen. I want to see Cobb do that. That's like heads up to the truck. If we see him just doing donuts for a reason, like he's not just having fun. We just watch
it's
that
for a reason.
Yeah, John Cox.
Oh, I wonder if we should try some of those ones I saw swimming. Come on, come here. Come here. Come here. There we go. I don't even know if he'll get rid of that one. We just gotta keep moving though. He looks a little bit healthier, but let's see. Which one is it? I think it's this one. Jeez, I don't know. Let me put him on the balance beam. That poor guy there. Gonna beam him. I gotta put a float on this one.
Good weather today, beautiful, absolute Chamber of Commerce type stuff. We dodged a bullet yesterday. In advance of yesterday, we were told to expect a lot of rain, storms. Did not happen, kind of skipped over. Moved around this area, but not through it. Look at that, 70 degrees, room temperature day. Sunny, excessively sunny, severe sunny, with the wind very much calm, 5 miles an hour. What a great place. Beautiful day in a beautiful place with great fishing. You cannot beat that. We have more fishing yet to come on Championship Sunday here. Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray.
Yes! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Drew Benton becomes a Bassmaster Elite Series champion.
Yes, sir. We just freaking got. Oh. Got her a shock bite, baby.
To me, it feels like I never worked a day in my life. I would not pick, I couldn't do anything else. You know, I wouldn't survive working a 9-to-5 job. This is it's just a dream come true. I get to spend my days out here in this office right here on the lake and chasing down these green creatures, and it's a lot of fun.
Yes! Thank you, Lord.
Former Rookie of the Year, Elite Series champion, Drew Benton, currently third place here on Championship Sunday, and not too far back, that's for sure. Definitely in the game.
No, calling a big audible today and getting away from his sight fishing gig that got him to this point here on Championship Sunday. Be really interesting to see if he kind of keeps that honest. And look at Drew Cook down in 10th place, who caught a giant stringer doing that yesterday. A little bit slow so far for Drew Cook, but we're going to get on the water with him right now.
And I will say for Drew Benton, he said, you know, he doesn't feel like he's worked a day in his life. That comes to fishing. He used to work on a pier in Panama City Beach, does not want to do that anymore. He says he would love to be able to fish the rest of his life and not have to go back to the shipyard job.
Yeah, I'm going to go with duh.
Yeah. Just for clarification, he has worked a day in his life and he doesn't want to anymore.
Golly, she's gonna be bigger than I thought she was. A lot bigger than I thought she was.
That's the male?
Yeah.
Kind of get that feeling looking at Drew Cook and Drew Benton that going back to Santee Cooper, where Drew Cook won a year ago, they will be a major player next week, and got a feeling we'll see them on FS1.
Yeah, going to be a handful, both of them. We saw him do plenty of that last year, about a little more than a year ago, as a matter of fact, at Santee Cooper.
3-2. Number 3.
And again, this time of day,
get up there.
That water gets heated up is when we've seen your day 3 leader, Koya Fujita, do major work in the last couple hours of fishing. And get on the water with him now. Limit in his live well.
2 of those are 2.5 pounds or less, so he still has plenty of room to upgrade.
Oh, boss. Oh, big. Yes! Yes! Oh, nice bass.
It's about a 4.5 pounder for the lead.
Whoa, 440. Yeah. Really? Yeah. Oh.
.440s within ounces of being 4.5. Right there. That'll
Virtual
be
tie.
Virtual tie, yeah. And I was wrong.
Fujita fizzing these fish. Boy, and that right there is the last thing Hunter Shryock wanted to see today, is these fish starting to turn on for Fujita like they did yesterday afternoon.
Well, his work with the very light line and big fish is just, he is so deft at that. Such an ace.
Yeah, his percentage of the fish he hooks up with and the fish he actually lands is astronomical on this technique.
Oh, 440.
440.
Yeah.
And Tommy, we talked about it a little bit on day 1, right at our opening. If an angler found something off the wall, off the beaten path that he had to himself, and Fujita definitely was that angler, fishing so much deeper than any of the rest of the leaders in this tournament all week long. He is scary good.
I really want to run over there and hit it, but that's about the only place I even care to hit over there. I don't want to go in Bear Creek. I'm tired of that place. I hadn't caught very much out of there, and all I do is see them and don't catch them. All right. Came back as herring point, see if they school again, but they are not doing much. I cast in my top water and broke my line, and it's laying up there now, so I gotta go get it. Just waiting a second to go get it. Put a little too much effort in my cast.
Very meticulous. Reties almost after every single
Caught one
fish
on
he
this little
catches.
spot, first cast on a worm, like one that called. So I get more bites on it. Can't seem to get any more now. Unfortunately, my top water landed about where I think the fish are, so I got to run them over to go get it. It'll be all right. We'll come back later.
Hi. Or not.
Tommy, and I notice every single time Fujita, when he gets done retying and he starts rigging his baits, we don't, we always see his back.
Yeah,
we always
yeah,
see his back.
Funny how that works. It's coincidence, I
Yeah,
guess.
all week,
Yeah.
all week long.
Yeah. There's still a little mystery left in this story somewhere.
There is. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think by the end of this tournament we're quite going to get that story, that part of this story.
We wouldn't think so.
I have passed the task on to one Chase Sansom, former college angler, just started working with us at the end of last year. I said, hey, you have to get the Tackle Tip Tuesday from the winner. And if that's Kioya, good luck. Like, have fun. And there are some translators on site that maybe can help the communication barrier, hopefully.
I'm just not sure he's going to get the correct one by the end of this.
Yeah. I sent him the ones we know about, and I said, if it doesn't look like this, it's the one we want to know about. So hopefully we get that.
That's right.
Fujita's fish was entered as a 414. He's got 17-14 on the day in 83.6, and he is leading Hunter Shryack by 7 ounces on our Bass Track.
Which Bass Track is unofficial, and we allow some skew in it.
There's a
and
margin of error.
That barrier between the cameraman and angler, I believe he said 440, not 414.
Right.
Which is a difference of about 5 or 6 ounces, which is the difference in the leaderboard right now.
Well, and Hunter's been calling the one he entered 6'8" a 7-pounder all day.
Yeah. So, which means it's still going to be in a virtual tie for a while.
New leader, Kyoya Fujita.
Wow.
Rookie of the Year leader as well. Already owns a second place finish in his first year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he is absolutely getting the job done so far today. There is plenty more time for someone else to make a run, but boy, Fujita looking exceptionally intimidating at this point, knowing how this day part that we're rolling up on right now has paid off for him. Hunter Shryack, Patrick Walters, Drew Benton, all of them over 80 pounds. We have got a great finish in store. Today on Fox, the kings of the lane lay everything on the line for a major title. When names become legends and legends become champions. The PBA World Series of Bowling Finals today, noon Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Such a question for you: if you win the World Series of Bowling, do you get a ring? And is it a ring that you can use while you're bowling?
Probably not. You probably wouldn't want to have a ring on when you're bowling.
I wouldn't think so. I'll let you work on that a while. You're not doing so much trivia anymore, so you got time, right? Kyoya Fujita, the man on top right now, just took over the lead. He had the lead to start this day. He is a very impressive rookie, to say the least. That's the understatement of the day. Hunter Shryack, Patrick Walters, and Drew Benton, all over 80 pounds. Our top four have really put on a show all week long, especially Drew Benton. The first 2 days, fantastic. The angler from Florida, Panama City, Florida. Just good stuff. He was our leader after 2 days of fishing. That was wheeled around bed fishing, sight fishing for spawners the first 2 days.
Yeah, and really kind of dialing in before we get into the final stretch of this tournament, because it is going to come absolutely down to the wire. First 2 days of this tournament, Drew Benton catching over 23 pounds, slipped up yesterday, caught about 14 pounds of bass, which put him in 10th place, but a very solid morning, getting a little bit of love from his old roommate, Brock Mosley, catching him cranking early today.
I don't think it'll help me.
A lot of good fish from Drew Benton. Definitely a big comeback, ditching his sight fishing gig. Righting the ship from there, the local angler is a lot of us here in production thought Patrick Walters was going to be the man to beat coming into Championship Sunday. Really looking at his entire tournament, a lot of work with a jerk bait, a top water bait, definitely mixing in a lot of finesse fishing. And Ronnie Moore, that was your pick earlier this morning. Patrick Walters actually still in the mix.
Patrick Walters with a college national championship victory here in 2015 for the University of South Carolina, the same week that we're fishing here. And that was the one big X factor coming in, was if there was an advantage. There's a lot of info about Lake Murray. We've seen info as well out there, but actual tangible fishing days this time of the year are limited for our crew. Patrick Walters, though, has plenty.
Hunter Shryock, the Ohio native, makes his home in Tennessee now. Has been close before. Really earnestly looking for his first win on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he found a pathway during the course of this tournament.
Definitely has, fishing a 1 mile stretch on Shoal Island. And the one thing that we talked about yesterday with Hunter Shryock, that 1 mile stretch has reloaded every single day. This one right here with Hunter Shryock, by far the biggest one we have seen on camera with him all week.
I'm sorry for screaming so early, but we're fishing for $100 grand and a blue trophy. I don't even care about the money, dude. Give me a hug. Give me a hug. Oh my gosh. Look at where she's hooked. She's barely pegged in the back of her throat. We're gonna weigh her. I think that's an 8-pounder. I'm just trying to think of the best area.
This bass right here was gonna be number 5 for Hunter Shryock, one that it appears he is going to have to cull out and get rid of. Our Marathon Peak Performance, though, basically in the driver's seat coming into Championship Sunday. Rookie Koya Fujita fishing 9 to 15 feet of water. Slow morning for Fujita. Only 1 2-pounder up till about 11 o'clock. But when that sun gets high with light winds is when he does the majority of his damage. Very light line, but doing something no other angler found in this tournament, fishing a lot deeper. And the scary thing, Tommy Sanders, can't stress this enough, the last 2 hours, the last 2 days have been the best time of day for Fujita, your Marathon Peak Performance.
Definitely got a different style, a different way of doing things, and still sort of being amazed by this 26-year-old who's got multiple Angler of the Year titles in Japan, and showing why he is so vaunted, why he's got such a reputation.
He fishes a lot more mature than a usual 26-year-old.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Out to John Cox.
Got her. Got her.
Oh no. Oh, I hope they start eating like that. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Come on, stay out of there. There we go. We saw her through to her and got her. All right, we just got to get it in front of them now. That was the first bluegill patch we hit. Too bad I don't really know where many more are. And I haven't seen any more. This is the only one I saw down here. We get rid of old sick one, I think. Oh, all right, bud. That's not bad right there. Huh? Yeah, that's a good trade. I'm telling you, we get in front of a couple of them 5-6 pounders. We get on the right one, we're gonna sack them up quick. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. That was so awesome. I like saw, and it looked like it was a small one too. There was like 2 more up there. I mean, they're good ones. Yeah, forget them herring fish, man. The bluegill eaters, they're a little bit easier to catch, I'm guessing.
Well, per John Cox, we got bluegill on the menu as well for these bass in Lake Murray. Just expanding as we go along here. Here's Drew Benton. Got his eyes on one as well.
I think I know it.
Well, I don't know if that fish even helps Drew Benton today.
I don't think he's going to be 3 3/4. I don't think he's going to help.
Three and 3/4 is Drew Benton's smallest. He's got 2 on Bass Track for 3.6 a piece, so he'll have probably half
Pretty
a
sure
pound
he's
more
not gonna help
on Bass Track otherwise.
Nope, 3 3/4.
A little bit more than 20 pounds.
Needed him yesterday. 4 pounder.
He has got the biggest limit of the day so far. Just has so far to go, coming in at 10th place after a brutal day number 3.
Yeah, no doubt. And that was one of the things you see in a sight fishing tournament. Kind of just ran out of fish yesterday.
There goes another one, but it's about the same as that one. I got to find a pair is what I got to find.
He'll be within a pound and a half of the leader more
That's all
officially
there is
than what
to
we've
it.
got, just because here in that a 4 pounder is his smallest.
Say that again, Ronnie.
If he just said that 3 3/4 didn't help and a 4 pounder is his smallest, that means 2 3/6s in his bag are 4s. He'll have about a pound more than he does now at least.
Yeah.
And
at
so he'll be
least.
within a pound and a half of the lead compared to 213.
Tighten it up a little bit.
All right.
Shrike
Well,
really needs to cull out that 1 pounder.
It's getting to be that time. We're going to have to make some decisions on what we're going to do. Just haven't had that bite on the top water, and that really makes a difference in my bag. I've weighed in a lot of key fish this week on this Chapo, so it just hasn't been working as I keep casting it, but I just know how quick it can happen. And we're literally going for 1 or 2 bites. I mean, we catch a 6 pounder, we catch a 7, forget everything else that's happened, like small fish or whatever, we're sitting on a 7 pounder, so we got a lot of room to go to grow for our bag. It's just got to make it happen. This is what we live for. 2 hours left.
He's a really good Elite Series angler, really good guy, looking for his first win on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Pretty much the most important 2 hours of Hunter Shryock's career.
He's right. He does have room to go. 1 pounder in the live well is part of his 5-fish limit. Another one, 212.
You could
so yeah.
kind of tell, Tommy. He's got the calculator going in his head. Right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, he's assuming, as they all are, that everyone else is catching them like fire.
Still just has 1 pounder in his live well to cull. A lot of room to go.
Absolutely. We got plenty more to come. Plenty of fishing time left in this day here at Lake Murray.
Yeah! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Oh, getting near the last 2 hours of fishing time for our 10 anglers who have survived to day number 4, Championship Sunday at the Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray. What a fantastic tournament it has been. If you're just checking in with us, we have had fish catching nonstop, basically, for 3 days and 6 hours. So we could not be happier, and we've got very, very close competition at the top of the leaderboard. That also makes us very, very happy. We don't want to see any runaways. Let's get out to the man who's held a lead for much of today, and that is Hunter Shryock. He currently sits in second place, though, to Kiyoya Fujita. It's a very tight competition.
You heard him make the comment. He needs to get that top water to fire.
Good dock. Be good to me. Come on. Been good to me all week. Giant. Keep that camera back. It ain't that big. I thought it was a dang giant. Well, it's bigger than what we got. I better not pull too hard. What do we got? It ain't even that big. It's just fighting like a giant. It is little. No, it's better than what we got. It helps. It helps. That's a pound something.
Yeah, if it's a 2 pounder, it's a pound upgrade.
Yeah.
Thought it's a dang giant. It is a giant. You split up a 7. All right, we know which one's got to go. Not that one. Not that one. It's got to be 5. 4. 5. Yeah, that's a call. That's a call. Not much, but that's pounds. That's pounds. That makes our biggest one that we have to catch that much smaller. You know what I'm saying? Makes our biggest one we have to catch smaller. It's been a good dock. Thank you, Lord.
Well, that one unofficially is going to get him back in the lead, maybe if only ounces, 9 ounces ahead of Fujita.
That was a very critical call right there for Shryock.
It keeps that too close to call race still.
Oh,
yes,
close to call.
Absolutely.
Pretty big mentally, though, I would imagine.
Oh, 100%. Now that you know that your smallest is 2 and not 1.
I thought because his bait was working.
Easy now. You're not that big. Yeah, I thought I saw a female up there on that bed, or a fish off of the bed a little bit, and I threw the drop shot up there, and the fish swam up, and I was just watching the male. She had it the whole time. My gosh, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. No. Got one. It's gonna replace one. I think I still got a 1 pounder in there.
helpful reminder, we only have about a half an hour's fishing time left in our coverage today, our live coverage today. And coming up at the end of that, following live, NASCAR race day from Talladega. So there's hopefully a helpful note for you on a big day.
Well, we've called a lot of fun tournaments on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but this one definitely up there just for the diversity of how these guys have caught them all week long. It is rare to have a lake where so many different techniques have fired. It has been definitely a tournament that I'll remember.
Yeah, it's been a dream tournament. I mean, everything you hope would happen in a tournament has kind of gone on regularly here.
With as many cold fronts and weather swings we've had in the first two elites and the Classic, this feels like the first spring tournament we've had.
Yeah,
really
that's another,
nice weather. The fish are in their stages and progressing. A lot of baits open up.
Oh, yeah, it has. You know, it's wasn't really that good a spot in practice. Had some fish on it, and God dang. I just fixed that worm. Golly. Those are big ones. And bigger fish have moved in. You know, it's been consistent every day. I caught a couple good key fish off of it, 1 or 2 layers. And today we pulled up and we were struggling there for a while. You know, we caught some early, but we didn't have no good size. And we pulled up and caught freaking 2 really good fish that helped. We had a couple small ones we had to call out pretty bad. And so that's helped us a bunch. And if we can get one more of these bigger fish here, I think we could scare something. We got to get one more of these big bites.
Jason Williamson, been a little while since his last keeper.
Yeah, and looking at that footage from Patrick Walters from the drone cam and Jason Williamson, crazy how shallow they get here.
Got him.
Bernie hooked up.
Whole school's going with him. Come here, come here, come here. It's a 3-pounder. 3.5. I need you over here if you don't mind.
Would you say, Tommy, this is Bernie's 42nd year fishing with
Yeah,
B.A.S.S?
42nd year fishing.
42nd
Wow.
year It
Hats
goes to
off
see
him.
our sport that we can have him side by side with Kyoya Fujita, 26 years old, and only been in America for 2 years, to be able to compete neck and neck at this stage of his career is very cool.
Good one right there for Bernie, and really impressive what he did yesterday on the stage with Dave Mercer. 26 pounds. Heard Bernie make the comment when he hooked that fish.
Eat it or not.
That whole school followed that bass he had hooked.
Yeah. It's been a roller coaster. I mean, first day went okay. I had 18-10 the first day, and I thought I was in good shape, so I kind of got off the fish, trying to, you know, manage them for a couple more days anyway. And then the second day was a disaster in the morning. I just couldn't get anything going, and about 30 minutes before weigh-in, I had 14 pounds, and I made a stop on a place I started the first morning and culled real quick and got up to 16 and barely made the cut. So that was one of the high points. And then yesterday was just magical. I mean, we had low skies, a little bit of drizzle, rain, and enough wind to keep the fish on the bank and active. And man, I just had a banner day, all big fish. And I didn't lose any of them, which is kind of remarkable. Get that many big bites and get them all in the boat. Today's been a challenge. You know, the cold front came through, and just trying to make the most of what I got to deal with. I've lost at least 3. Well, I can't say I lost them. They hit my top water, but they didn't connect. And it was just really frustrating. There were big blow-ups, too, so I feel like there were 4 or better each of them. So that would have changed the complexion of my day. But anyway, we're still fighting, and there's a school of about probably 10 or 12 fish right here. I just caught one about 3.5, 3 3/4 pounds. They're all the same size or a little bigger. So I'm going to work these, and we'll see how it shakes out.
Upgrade there, good upgrade for Bernie Schultz. Got the 3.5 pounder right there. Excellent. Prospects of catching some more there. It's got time to do it. It's got time to move up some more on that leaderboard if things work out just the right way. Look how tight it is. There's not much room to elbow in at the top there. That is for sure. Hunter Shryock and Kyoya Fujita right there, 1 and 2, very, very close together. Patrick Walters and Drew Benton, and not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. It's going to come down to the wire. It's looking more and more like that as the further we get into the afternoon.
Yes! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
As Championship Sunday swings into its final hours, we just want to take a quick moment to say thank you, fans, for being with us today and all week for this incredible tournament. And 3 weeks ago in Knoxville, Tennessee, what an experience at the World Championship, the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic. The World Championship was a record-setting one yet again for the second time here in Knoxville. Record-breaking crowds both at the Thompson Bowling Arena and at the takeoffs. 4.5 people reached on television and the associated platforms. Mark Zona, we couldn't ask for more. What a set of fans we got.
No doubt about it, Tommy Sanders. Really looking at that classic, one of the toughest ones that we have ever covered. Jeff Gustafson obviously earning that victory, being the first Canadian ever to win the Bassmaster Classic there in Knoxville. All smallmouth that he weighed in. Not going to be the case when we get to Grand Lake next year in Tulsa, Oklahoma, a place that we have not been for a few years. Bassmaster Classic, great fishing on Grand Lake. Great bass fishing fans in that region of our country.
Yeah, the BOK Center is a wonderful place as well. To have a weigh-in Grand Lake, we know how superior it is. And you talk about superior lakes now, we have had a treat for the past 3.5 days, I must say.
No doubt, Tommy Sanders. And I'm going to say this again. Would not be a bad place to have a Bassmaster Classic out Lake Murray in a couple years. That'd be a time, wouldn't it?
That would be nice. South Carolina turns out for those classics as well, as we know from down the road at Lake Hartwell. Of course, we're just adjacent to the capital city of South Carolina, Columbia.
Yes.
It's a natural. I'm going to say it. Out to Brandon Cobb.
He has got one spotted.
Dude, she almost ate it right there. Did you see that? My power pole is good and locked. All right, I definitely don't want to catch him.
You can see the
It's weird because I'm
dark
getting her to pay
silhouette of that
attention, and
fish.
she's not anywhere near the bed. You see them both. There she goes. Look. Don't go towards the dock. She's not as big as I thought, but she's big. Nope.
That's a good one.
She's not as big as I thought she was, but she's big. Come here. Don't have anything grab. Got her. She's skinny, so she's not that big. In the mouth. Gosh, she was too easy. She was too easy. I thought she was like a 6-pounder, but she's skinny. 5 maybe? Did you see her roll up on it? I was like, there's no way she's about to eat this right now.
5-pounder for Brandon Cobb. Whether it was as big as he thought it was going to be or wanted it to be, that is a big-time upgrade. And if you're coming from 9th place to try to win this event, you need fish like that. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. And if you're just joining us late in our Fox Sports 1 broadcast today, the Bassmaster Elite Series at Lake Murray has been phenomenal. A lot of different things at play. Fish on the bed spawning like we saw right there with Brandon Cobb. We've seen guys just cruising the bank because this time of the year you can go and throw multiple types of banks and cover water and catch plenty of fish. And then we've also seen the shad spawn early in the mornings and the herring spawn throughout the day for anglers. And I wanted to break down that X factor, the blueback herring at Lake Murray. This bait fish, introduced to Lake Murray in the 80s, has completely taken over this place. Back in the day, you could go up the rivers, the Big and Little Saluda River, and be able to compete and win Bassmaster events or local trails. Now, if there's any multiple day events, it's hard to win up the river because of this little bait fish right there has reprogrammed basically every bass from Dreher Island State Park towards the dam. And blueback herring, they often operate out more in pelagic areas. They're pelagic bait fish, deeper water, these points, whether it's, you know, in the summertime in the hovering over 40, 50 feet of water, maybe deeper, hovering over that water level, or shallower right now when they're in their spawn mode, which is, you know, 5 to 10 feet at times on some of these points. When we get kind of the crash course of it, a school of blueback herring will come across a point, whether they come up on the shallow side of it or off the tip of it, and if there is a school of bass waiting on them, that is when you can have some magic happen. And obviously anglers are waiting. When you see them busting, that is when the feed is going on. When they're not busting and maybe it's slick, calm, and sunny, they have to go to finesse methods to try to catch these fish. But this is the X factor. This is also a fish that always is swimming. It's always moving, those blueback herring are. That's why a lot of these fish that live offshore are bullets, as we would say, long, skinny fish, but very stout. But here at Lake Murray, these fish have gotten fatter, they've gotten longer. This whole body of water has exploded because of that X factor bait fish, blueback herring, which I would probably say there's probably 15, 20 lakes in the country that feature blueback herring as heavily as Lake Murray does.
You won't see another such high profile forage fish until we get up north, up to the St. Lawrence River for the gobies. Very similar sort of deal. Out of Kentucky-Kimura, hooked up.
He should be a better one. Oh, yes. Stay on, babe. I need him. He ain't that big. Man, 2 of them are chasing. Another 2 is bigger, but I'll take it for now. It's good coal. It's good 3-pounder. Seems
Yeah.
3 of them behind.
Camara throwing a jackal riser, and kind of hard to put that bait into a certain category. Very, very unique bait. It's almost like a wake bait. If you notice, he's kind of just been slow rolling it just under the surface.
There you go. A little bit upgrade.
Profile of a spy bait
3-pounder.
as well, kind of.
I hope he's.
Yeah, the body type is kind of like a spy bait.
Smaller than a standard jerk bait. You know, that's why it's kind of a weird category.
And just probably a bait these fish don't quite see a ton on this lake.
I think this is a little bit
Got a 2-pounder in there, so that will help him for sure.
A little bit about Kenta Kimura. The last 2022 and so far this year, he's fished 24 events and he's only missed checks in 5 of those events. And that's 100-person fields for the elites and 225 for the opens. The man has been on fire and he's fished everything he could possibly fish with bass.
The vet from Osaka, he is strong. Bernie Schultz, another strong veteran, having a great tournament here. Great season so far. He's made the cut at all 3 events.
16th or so in points unofficially as that changes.
Great start.
Look at the school with him. 2 of them anyway. Come here. Small one.
Just to remind you, right after we're done here in about 12, 13 minutes or so, following live, it's going to be NASCAR race day from Talladega. I want to keep you apprised of that.
We've kind of had a 4-wide tournament here this week.
Every
Every time we blink, someone else is putting their name in it. Yeah.
Male. No. Oh well.
There are some
Maybe she'll go
beautiful homes on this lake.
One
Really
of that
are.
last one where Kenta was, I thought it was the county courthouse. It was gigantic.
Right.
Man, they're starting to really come in. I don't even know which one this is, to be honest with you. Surely not the one I was throwing at. He's not even gonna do anything, is he?
For as good and as decorated as John Cox is, we're still waiting for him to get his first Elite Series win. He's got a couple Opens victories. That's kind of baffling how many shots on goal he gets at it, but hasn't necessarily gotten that top 3 to turn into a win.
Fourth year out here for John Cox, and of course for 12 years he has been a pro, functioning at a pretty high level. So yeah, you got to figure that's coming sooner rather than later. But boy, so is the end of this tournament. It's coming sooner, not later. Hunter Shryock right now has the upper hand over Kiyoya Fujita. Patrick Walters not so far behind. Benton, Cobb, and Bernie Schultz. Just saw him and Kenta Kimura with good catches out there. They just don't stop biting here. We've got a little bit more fishing to show you before we take our leave here on FS1, so stick around and we will be right back.
Oh, yes. In case you missed it, the Power Pole replay of the day coming into Championship Sunday. Hunter Shryock looking for his first Bassmaster Elite Series victory. And this fish right here, he was about 1.5 pounds behind Koya Fujita. This was about 2 hours into our morning. Hunter Shryock with the Power Pole replay of the day.
Yep, I'm talking clear back, bro. Clear back. Yes! Yes! Thank you. I'm sorry for screaming so early, but we're fishing for 100 grand and a blue trophy. I don't even care about the money, dude. Give me a hug. Give me a hug. Oh my gosh. Look at where she's hooked. She's barely pegged in the back of her throat. We're gonna weigh her. I think that's an 8-pounder.
Hunter had taken over the lead by that point, started the day in second place, and boy, that one put him out there a little bit. That was a memorable moment, to say the least. We're in the final hour and a half coming up here at the Marathon Bassmaster Elite on Lake Murray in South Carolina. These anglers will fish until 3 o'clock Eastern. That's local time here near Columbia, South Carolina, and there are the 10 who are left today.
And we see the big bass show up for Hunter Shryock, a close to 7-pounder this morning. Having a big one like that is a big deal. Matt Airy, only 20 pounds yesterday. One of those was a 7-11. You don't have to have your smallest be as big if you can get that kicker, and Hunter's hanging tight with that right now.
Got the lead now.
It's not as big as I thought. Come on, baby. Stay on.
They have really gotten back to biting, right? They bit all day, but we made the comment earlier today, this lake gets absolutely on fire afternoon.
Come on. Stay on. We need you. Come on. Come on. Let me get my hands on you. Let me get my hands on you. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I got her. I got her. Oh, look, she's barely hooked in there. But we got her. We got her. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get another one. Let's get another one. Oh, that was awesome.
Tommy, with 90 minutes of fishing left, with 90 minutes left, usually in a Bassmaster tournament, we have a pretty good gauge of who's going to win the event. Absolutely no idea right now.
No idea.
You've got 10th place is only 10 pounds behind and would only need a 23-pound bag to take the lead. That is very doable this week for a guy like Williamson and Cook.
And our bed fishing guy's going on the boil now. I mean, that just adds another element, another dimension that could be a difference maker in the end. This is phenomenal.
And luckily right now the story is about those bass that have been landed and not lost this week. It's not a story of, oh, this guy lost one too many. No, this is a story of this guy's caught an extra one or two big ones.
Much rather have it that way, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
Come here, baby. Come here, baby.
Wow. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
That puts him within one bite.
Yes.
Yes. Man.
Ounces.
That might already be the one bite. He has to cull a 4-pound even.
I don't know.
I think he said 7-pounder. It could be 6. But I thought I heard him say 7-pounder. If that's the case, that was the one bite, Zeke. He said 6-pounder. I'm sorry.
6-pounder.
Is that is the one he's calling right there? Wow.
These are all unofficial weights we're working with here. This is, you're so right, Z. It is not decided by any stretch of the imagination.
We have 3 anglers with 90 minutes left, all within 83 pounds and change.
4-pounder back for a 6-pounder.
Total weight right now.
Benton's is a 6-pounder. He's got 83.3, 12 ounces back.
And low on Bass Track right now.
I tell you what, I'd be surprised if the leaderboard is keeping up here. We're going to take a look at it unofficially anyway. Hunter Shryock right there. I mean, neck and neck, virtual tie with Kelia Fujita. Look at Drew Benton getting some of that as well. Patrick Walters just a couple of pounds back, and man, things are popping on the lake right now. That's all going to change here. Unfortunately, we're just about out of our time here on FS1. It's been great to bring you 5.5 hours of coverage on FS1 today, and what a day to do it. Of course, we got coverage continuing on Bassmaster.com. The live mix comes on right after this, and then live continues at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, taking you all the way to the end of the fishing time today. That's when the weigh-in starts, when these anglers check in at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and we will decide this one. It should be a nail biter all the way on the hot seat right now. Hunter Shryock, thank you so much. What a day in South Carolina at Lake Murray. We'll see you on FS1 next week at Santee Cooper Lakes.
Come on.
I bet it was in there. Couldn't have been any closer.
Really? When it run out there and got hung up in that grass, what happened, you know?
We don't even have to stay.
And just kind of come up.
We still have time to come back over, you know? It ain't like it takes us an hour to do this. We're pulling up on the key stuff now, like.
I knew that would kind of keep it calm, you know.
Biggin. Biggin. Got to keep her pegged, Hunter. Oh my gosh. Please, Lord. We're stuck on a rock. I can't get to her. Stop, Hunter. Just stop. Just stop. Get the camera back. Way back. Way back. Way back. No, no, no. No, no, no. Yeah! Yes! Thank you, Lord! Woo! What a fish! What a fish! Come on, coach, put me in! Booby wants to spin! If you haven't noticed, that's a Friday Night Lights reference. Me and Brandon, the camera guy, we've been having movie references all day. I got a call. Put me in, coach. I want to win. Let me spin.
I love it.
All right, jump up here. Jump up here. I got a call.
Better close those lids.
We need one more. We need one more. Toasted that rod, dude. 10-pound Berkeley trilene. In your face. Are you kidding me? Okay, let me look at my scale. We still got work to do. We're one bite away.
I
All
like
right.
his thinking right now.
I didn't weigh that other one.
Still needs another.
So we
Y'all
got
can head to Santee if you want to. I'm hanging
number
around for the
4
weigh.
is probably, no, 5. Oh, it's the last one we caught, right? Yeah, 4 and 5. We'll beam them.
Has he got
4.
2 lines? We'll see what they are.
Yep. 6.
3 pounder.
Where's 5? 1. Or wait. It's got to be number 6. Yeah. That's got to be it. So we got biggin, we ain't leaving. Biggin, so 1, 2, 3, 4. No. 1, 2. Stop. 1, 2, 3. Yep, they're all bigs. Okay, and then we got number 6 is a small one. Definitely. I'm gonna put it on a call beam because the one's super skinny. What's going on up there? Oh, that's the seat.
He's out of his mind right now, isn't he?
4's bigger.
I love it.
And
blue is the next one we got.
That one's bigger.
Hey, I like it.
4's
He's
bigger.
Double checking and triple checking.
This one goes. Now we got over 20. What do you think that one is? 3 3/4? I would say, I'm guessing. I don't think it's a 4. All right. Oh. Let's put this one away.
That was a big time call. Big time call.
That puts him at 85 on
I'll
Bass
take
Track.
this hook, actually.
Or over 85.
Actually, you
So
know what? I'm
doesn't
not.
have it in there yet?
No.
No, that fish is not in there.
You think
And
that
his
it's that or
smallest fish was
3.5?
2. What he just called was bigger than that.
I don't know. Probably 3.5.
How big was that fish he just?
No. Yep. All right. I
He
mean,
lost one side bet.
we just make them have to
you
catch
this
them
week.
on a not
Sort
so
of.
easy day. All right, we ain't leaving. We got one bite to go. Park your butt here and you fish. You fish your heart out, and whatever happens, happens. That was a call. Do you think that was a 2 1/4? Let's just say it's a 3 3/4. That's another pound. Need a big one. Thank you guys. You guys heading in? Okay. Thank you.
I know, like, the later in the day, every day.
I don't know how big
except
that
for
thing is,
yesterday, which
though.
I didn't catch anything hardly, but the later in the day, I caught my big
Another
ones
rodeo.
later unless it was a sight fish, you know, and then I caught them whenever I went to them.
What did it have
So
us
the
at
evening
now?
bite has definitely been really good this week.
21.
It's what?
It just updated on Bass Track, so unofficially
Okay,
85.5.
so that makes everyone else
Unofficially
behind
about
me have
2
to
pounds
catch
ahead of
that
second and third.
23, 24 pounds.
Oh, my
Pretty
God.
much.
He's on that dock right there.
No, I
That's
know.
the playground
I know.
set.
back on the same place he was earlier.
Yep.
Hour and
All right, so
20
this is a good
minutes.
point. We'll talk about it when he's done talking. But this is an interesting point right here. Observation, I should say. In fishing, so many times, especially when you watch live, you know, we did it all morning. Oh my gosh, look, that's that point I fished, and that's we did blah blah blah. That spot right there, there's a point directly behind him. That
Yeah,
little
it was
that
his
that,
left.
that the shade line on that point. I would park my
I know.
boat.
We have no
in that
choice. It's
little
like,
shade line
I mean,
spot right there and throw out.
it doesn't matter where you cast. Like it's.
And he would catch them.
One bite.
So that's what's funny.
But I was that close. My point is, I was that close to a really good spot.
Yep.
And I never skipped a worm under that dock all the time. I sat there for, several hours, and I caught a lot of fish off that point that were schooling.
All that's
Well,
missing
in our
is
minds,
a topwater bite.
We pull up to these herring points, and we've seen them with our own eyes. There's 50, 60, 70, 80 bass on some of them, right?
It's crazy.
And there's a point, so it comes down the side of each point. Usually there's a dock or a turn or a shade line or something irregular there. And how many of us go fish these herring points and we never check anything right beside it? We're 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, and we saw them. We talked about it in practice. Some of these docks, you get on the sides of these pockets, in the backs of some of these pockets, and you'd see 4 or 5, like 4 to 5 pounders sitting under these docks. I tried to catch some of them. I couldn't. I mean, I know y'all tried to catch some of them. You couldn't. But that's obviously some of the fish that he's catching.
Oh, yeah.
And they're obviously some of the biggest ones in the lake, too. So kudos to him for figuring that out. Because, he just went right over that point where there's a giant school of fish, because you fished it.
Yeah.
Big school of fish, but that's not what he's targeting.
But you see what he's doing. Like, I don't know how you approach those docks. I know you was fishing the floats a lot. Like, he's skipping his worm on the bank.
Yeah.
Now, he's not fishing out there in 3 or 4 foot of water. He's putting it in 6 inches, and one of them's eating it up there. Maybe they look at it too long out there as it's sinking 3 or 4 foot deep, I don't know. He figured it out.
And like right where he rounded that point, he starts into that pocket before he gets this next dock, you'd see a random 1 or 2 big ones just on that bank.
Oh, yeah.
Or you'd go past that dock and see another big one just cruising between
About
the
every
next
3rd or 4th dock, you'd see a big one.
Yeah, you'd see a big one.
Move. I think we got to give ourselves a fresh chance because this stuff with the waves.
And I saw Shryock every day. He was primarily in the Shoal Island area, kind of running pockets on both sides of the point. Saw him in multiple places because I was kind of, jumping around herring points running down through there. He was running the pockets in between all the herring points. And of course, in my mind, I'm thinking, well, I'm fishing for these 50 out here while he's fishing for the one back there, but the one back there he's catching is bigger than everyone I'm catching out here,
And the first day you thought, man, I'm doing it right. He's
Yeah.
doing it wrong.
There's the dock you fished.
What's he doing?
So you was at the right area. You was there too,
Yeah. I actually
Not
fished
feeling
that
it
same
with the
little
waves.
stretch there. And he's hit it multiple times. So those are those big fish either coming out of the backs of those pockets that are post spawn and they're recovering on their way to the point, or they're point fish that are just sliding up in there to rest during the day. Because he's running the same water, which is killing me.
All right, let's roll. Bounce around.
All right, so it just got really, really, really interesting.
All right, so let's do a little rundown. Hunter Shryock's commanding lead right now. But you've got Drew Benton that we think's a little off.
That's an unofficial commanding
he's
lead.
got to have close to 25 pounds, which puts him at 85.
Yeah.
Fujita, let's say he's somewhere around the 85-pound mark. And then Walters, let's be honest, Walters can tend to sandbag a little bit.
Look who's made a big move. Yesterday had 26-11. Bernie Schultz.
Caught a 5-pounder just a little while
He's
ago.
up to 20 pounds almost.
Yeah, 2 minutes ago he caught a 5-pounder.
That's pretty. Yeah, they're biting again. You see, we got to see a big catch, but there's also other ones.
Yep. So, yeah, it's going to be a fun weigh-in. I know we were talking about driving on the Santee. It's only an hour and a half down the road, but I'm going to hang around for the
I'm
weigh-in.
hanging around. I
Yes,
got
everybody's listening, and you're close. Get your butt down here, Drew Island State Park. Come out and watch the weigh-in at Bassmaster. Got all kind of cool stuff going on. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Good stuff.
Yep, guys, thanks for tuning in. A little Bassmaster Live, and we'll see you at the weigh-in.
Oh. Crappie. That's where he got me over the ramp. I didn't feel that earlier. He would not leave. I couldn't make him leave. I was hitting him with the bait. I got him to bite once or twice. Huh. I don't know. We'll go over here and check this one. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna look at the rest of this pocket too that we didn't look at. Gotta go around the corner. One last time. One last time.
That's the cast. That's the cast. See, it's darker over here now, though. About to come back after this event, throw a throw net over that fish up here. Just to grab it and then release it. Just to say I could finally catch it. All right, we gotta go hit that 2-pound dock again that we caught that, the fish we just called. We'll fish that one more time because that's been a good dock. And then we'll run down to 5. Our smallest one is like a 3 then. It's not a 275 because we called out. Yeah. Okay, let's go.
The Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Yep, let's roll. Let's roll.
Fixing to have to leave this thing. Thanks for sticking with me, Roger. It's been slow, but there's just so many big ones. I mean, I got so many other spots I wanted to go to, but man, they're just huge. I'm gonna kind of get on top of it and throw a couple casts with this, and then we'll go. I mean, I don't know why one big old one went and locked this sucker down. We had time running to Bear Creek and fish like 2 spots. Maybe 1, I just gotta figure out which one I wanna fish. Golly. Sorry, I disappoint. It was close. I mean, I've never stayed on a spot this long, not doing this deal. I just knew that if I found the spot that had big ones, if we milked it for what it was worth, you could win. I mean, golly, he smoked it. I know.
We're running out of time rapidly. I still got 2 smaller fish. I'd say like 3.5, but they, the hair and stuff's not really working great for me. I got 1 point I'm gonna hit before I go back, so I'm just up here looking. I've seen a couple that might would cull, but nothing really to give me, nothing that looked easy enough to catch to spend the time on. Maybe just slightly bigger than what I got, and I don't want to fish for one that ends up not even culling, so kind of just looking down some of this flatter stuff, see what we see. Feel like my best chance to make any kind of crazy comeback would be catch 2 or 1 or 2 real big ones off bed. Seeing some fish. Could have fun catching 3-pounders, but not hunting 3-pounders at this point. Oh, that was a good cast. Probably fish these 2 docks, and we might go sit on the herring point for about 15 minutes, 10 minutes. See if they school. Got 1 more dock right there. Fish this last dock, and I'm just gonna chill on that point, see if I can get one to bite a worm. There's a couple 5-6 pounders swimming around up there I seen, but that's right. Maybe I'll double up on a wacky worm, get one on the corner of the hook. I was fishing this flatter stuff because sometimes I see big ones wolf packing up there. I was hoping to see that. A wolf packer would be better than a bedfish because they bite instantly. Or don't, one or the other. One under there, but he didn't bite. I just wanted to catch him. I don't think he would have done anything. Shallow dock bite hadn't really picked up yet. All right, so give it 10 minutes or so on that point.
Somebody be home. Nobody home.
The Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium. The Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
30 minutes left until check-in time for our 10 anglers left on Championship Sunday at the Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray here in South Carolina. What a day it has been. Very, very tight competition. We can't say that it's done yet. Take a look at that leaderboard right now. With a pound 15-ounce lead, we have unofficially Hunter Shryock ahead of Kiyoya Fujita. Drew Benton hanging there also in the 83-pound range as well. And Patrick Walters, Bernie Schultz also over 80 pounds. A tight top of this leaderboard. That's only fitting for this great, great fishery. We have seen so many memorable moments. It's hard to remember them all. Absolutely. And I guess what we need to do now, just to refresh ourselves, just to appreciate what we've seen, is to go into a late edition, Mark Zona, of our Toyota Midday Report.
Hey, Tom, would you like a Toyota Midday Report, would you?
I would indeed. Let me tell you.
Well, come get it.
Oh, my God.
Take a look at this Toyota. This is a late day report. This is not a midday report. After that marathon FS1 broadcast earlier today, all eyes were on Patrick Walters. Listen to Ronnie Moore talk about it. He was his pick to win this tournament by the end of the day, and Patrick Walters with a really big morning. A lot of solid quality, kind of a mix of finesse, mix to power in there. Good one right here earlier today. A lot of work was done with the jerk bait. Patrick Walters said the biggest key was to stay around those 4 to 6 pounders. Well, he has a pile of 3 3/4 to 4.5 pound fish missing that big anchor. From there, really one of the biggest days we have seen on camera this week. Drew Benton, who has sight fished his way to Championship Sunday, laying it down, getting a little bit of love from Brock Mosley, saying, you better crank them shallow points, dog. Well, he did that early. A lot of 4-pound fish, very, very shallow water. Drew Benton getting it done. Have him unofficially right now with 22 pounds and 10 ounces. And Tommy Sanders, I believe we are a little bit light on that weight with Drew Benton.
Yeah, including that late 6-pounder coming in about 1:30 p.m. local time, 2:30 p.m. I would say local time.
I would 100% expect him to have 24 and some ounces probably today, just about a pound and change light.
I don't know if we got it, but we did everything we could do.
Showing a lot of resourcefulness, versatility, sort of changing horses in the middle of the stream. Good job, Drew Benton.
Yeah, and taking a look right here at rookie Koya Fujita. Rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series, leading coming into Championship Sunday in a very, very slow morning like we got to see yesterday with Fujita. But when that sun kind of gets up, it's almost like that bite really fires for him. Very solid day. Still 1 bite, though, from taking the lead right now. Currently in second place with unofficially just under 18 pounds.
Yeah, I had that 4.5 pounder around 11 a.m. Followed it up with another 4-pounder shortly thereafter. No, excuse me, an hour thereafter, and he needs one more to get it done. Man of the hour, Hunter Shryock. Man, oh man, what a day, what a tournament.
Yeah, and really it's been a 1-2 punch, throwing a Berkeley Chapo and a Berkeley General on these docks. The Chapo was on the riprap earlier this week. And really, all of his fish today has been basically old school dock skipping, anchored by that 6 to 7 pounder that he caught early. But this one right here was during our break, a huge call for Hunter Shryock.
A lot of excitement in that boat today. He may be from Newcomerstown, Ohio, but he's not a newcomer to the Elite Series. Been out here about 6 years now and really has done his journeyman work. He's put in the hours, he's put in the work, and he's looking to make it all pay off today. Just got to take it home, bring it to the barn. As we get out on the lake and take you down to Kenta Kimura.
There you go. It's gotta be a big one. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Get to this one. Yes, that's a big one. Oh yes. That's the kind of fish I'm fish for. Come on, come on. Here's a big one. Here's a big one. Oh yeah. Gotta get that. Yeah, we gotta get this one. Gotta get this one somehow. Please stay on. Please stay on. Please, please, please. Yes, sir. Yes. That's what I'm fishing for. I know they're there. Pawnee got started up. I gotta say thanks for whoever driving cruiser, you know. Wow. Much better. What did I do with the prior? I got it. Wow, that's a 4.
Yeah, that's a 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Spitting up like 4-inch shad.
I still think we got a chance to win this thing right here.
Good one right there for Kenta Kimura, living with a jackal riser, a different bait that we have not seen in this tournament so far.
24-pound here, day 2.
Tommy, I can't stress this enough. That dude right there, it's my guy.
Absolutely.
That is my guy.
I fully understand that, man. What's not to admire about Kenta Kimura?
Yeah. Got to enjoy a little bit of the nightlife with Kenta Kimura at our Knoxville Classic.
All right.
Whoa.
I got her. Come here.
Good. It's a giant.
Come here. Yes. Aha. It was bigger than I thought. Well worth it. It's a chunky one there. Ha. We win. We won. Oh, we just need to find like one more of these. That's gonna call a number 2, a 210. Ooh, about a 6-pounder. Number 2. Yes. That was cool. Folks at home, hope y'all enjoyed that. Really am surprised it took as long as it did.
Please stay on. This is a big one here. This is a 5-pounder, I think. Please stay on.
It's crazy how on the final day of this event you can catch 18 plus pounds like Kiyoya Fujita, Drew Cook, you know, around that mark and fall in the standings. Like, you know, this is your one bad day and it's 18 pounds and you're gonna fall. That is crazy on the final day of an event.
Some brutal arithmetic there for sure.
Don't jump out there. Real head shakes. Stay that. No. There's another one with her the same size. So it's definitely a 5-pounder here. Yes. Right in the corner of the mouth. Perfect. Getting better. It's like bone fishing.
He had 2 of those yesterday, along with a 6.11 to get up to 26.1.
Of ones like
He's around them.
26.1 yesterday.
All right, who wants to go?
Man, oh man. What a day. I don't want this day to end, absolutely. I think I speak for most bass fishing fans. What a day, what a place. Lake Murray and Mark Zona, at this point, I think I'm about out of superlatives, especially superlatives for this incredible, incredible Lake Murray.
Well, I think the great thing is, and we got to talk about this at the end of our FS1 broadcast, was really how diverse Lake Murray showed up to be. There was so many different things happening, between spawning fish to fry garters to herring fish, shadfish, boat docking with Hunter Shryock. And here's the other, not that we are rooting in any way against Fujita. I mean, heck, I picked them this morning to win this tournament, but it is kind of cool to potentially, we are on the cusp of seeing an angler win a tournament not staring at his forward-facing sonar, which it's good to get back to normal. And we have a prayer of maybe having the same thing happen next week on Santee Cooper, but I don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
No, well, don't get ahead of ourselves, but keeping Santee Cooper in mind. Ronnie Moore, what strikes you? What stands out the most to you?
The fact that that's going to be a fish catching event big time as well. You're going to have, this is the time of the year, if we're going to have an event one without using forward-facing sonar, this would be the time of the year that it should thrive. Looking at Santee Cooper, you're going to have fish in the spawning stage. You're going to have fish probably in the post-spawn stage, maybe feeding up top water, other baits. There's going to be a lot of baits in play and a lot of fish in that fishable zone up on the bank. They're not just going to be locked on up on the bank. And so it should be a good event, and we've got word that there's a lot more eelgrass, like Mark Zona said a couple days ago, so that could put another factor into this event.
Suit, you're writing down the scores, you're keeping track of everything. We had a big, the production did not drop off with half as many players yesterday. What is it like today?
Oh, we got about 20 fish over 4 pounds, probably some bigger ones. But I talked to Felicia Shryock, and they had a gender reveal this week, and Murray is a potential name. Z's was pretty good.
I don't know if you actually
Rocks and Docs.
yeah.
We don't want to say Doc, Rock, Chirac would be a potential name too, but I think that's out.
All right, that's all
Murray's better.
Speculation
Murray.
at this point, but good stuff to think about. Hunter Shryock getting closer and closer with every tick of the clock to collecting his first elite trophy.
I'd name that kid Chapo.
Chapo.
Why not?
Yeah, and
Chapo the General, there we go.
Yeah, there we go.
General Chapo.
Fujita still with a shot at it. Drew Benton right there as well. We're not quite done yet. We got a little bit. We got about, 15 minutes more of fishing, less travel time. So that is not much. We're getting close and close to weigh-in time, which starts at 3 o'clock right here at Bassmaster.com.
The Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
So I've been out here this morning watching day 3 leader Koya Fujita, and it's real interesting what he's doing. Most of the anglers are fishing extremely shallow. They're fishing up there where the shad and the blueback herring are spawning. A lot of the anglers fishing 2 feet deep and less, but Koya is actually fishing a little deeper, and you guessed it, mega live, using his forward-facing sonar to see fish and throw to him. He does not make a cast unless he sees a fish. The big problem with it though for him in the morning, these fish, they're on the bottom, a lot of them. You'll see a few of these looks like fish right close to the bottom. What he really wants those fish to do is come up and suspend, and that happens later in the day. But he's using Mega Live, he's using forward-facing sonar exclusively. He pulls up to a place and stays anywhere from like 8 to about 15, 16 feet deep, and he's just scanning everywhere, looking for those fish and making casts right to them. 100% using Mega Live, really not even paying attention to a whole lot whether he's out on a point or in a creek in a pocket, but he's 100% just making casts, looking with his Mega Live.
Good stuff there from our own Davey Height. What a tournament it has been, this Marathon Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray. Ronnie Moore, there's just not enough superlatives left to hand over to this lake.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic playing field. The diversity that it shows, sometimes we come to these blueback herring lakes in the summertime where it's kind of one-dimensional. This week we've seen a lot of different dimensions, and on our Humminbird Unlock the Lake, taking a look at an unofficial top 5 throughout the event, the guys like Brandon Cobb, the guys like Patrick Walters, those are the ones who kind of set the tone for the week. We knew what to expect because we know what their skill sets are and we know how much they know about this place. And looking at some of these anglers over the week, they have performed well, but we've seen a lot of different patterns, Mark Zema.
Yeah, exactly right. You look at what Hunter Shryock has done on Shoal Island. The amazing thing about this 1 mile stretch is basically he concentrated with a topwater bait and a wacky rig the entire tournament. But we talked about it really on Friday, Tommy. This stretch, this 1 mile stretch, reloaded every single day. And even though there was other competitors in the area, looking at Hunter Shryock right here, fishing differently than a lot of the other competitors on that 1 mile stretch.
Well, he had it in mind, it said, to do something different when he arrived here on the scene, but really kind of switched his thinking over to doing exactly what was right up his alley there, and it's incredible the way it paid off. Kyoyo Fujita. What a tournament for him, the rookie, our Rookie of the Year leader for so many reasons.
And really did it off of 3 main lake pockets that don't go back very far off of the main lake, concentrating on 9 to 15 feet of water. But it just kind of seems like he ran out of fish on this final day. And granted, he did not catch many fish on camera really yesterday. I think he caught 6 bass all day long. Needed one more big fight for Fujita on Championship Sunday.
Got to kind of learn a little bit more about an interesting Japanese technique that we will probably see show up in future Bassmaster Elite events. But a guy who was the most consistent after 2 days, Tommy, day 2 leader Drew Benton, did it so with sight fishing yesterday for some reason. Maybe it was the uptick in wind, change in the water temps or the air temps. It did not go for him, Mark Zone, only 14 pounds, but today he has made a resurgence, especially in the afternoon.
I don't think it'll help.
Yeah, turning the tide big time this morning with a shallow crankbait, going from there to sight fishing gig that we got to see him do on days 1 and 2. But yesterday is going to be the thorn in Drew Benton's side, because really if he'd have just, I hate to say, catching 18 pounds here as par, that 14-pound bag is, as of right now, possibly a killer for Drew Benton.
Well, in advance of this tournament, Ronnie Moore, 2 competitors from South Carolina. Well, all of them we're certainly looking to watch very closely, but 2 really stood out.
Yeah, when you think about a guy who spent a lot of time on Lake Murray and the tangible time that he's had on the water, he's been able to fish in this month of the year where other tournaments have never came in April. Patrick Walters was one we had an eye on early in this event, and it really seemed like he was dialed in on 3.5 to 4 pounders, but just could never get that 5.5 to 6 pounder that you need to win.
There we go.
Yes.
And Brandon Cobb winning the numbers game.
Absolutely. This is the Humminbird Unlock the Lake. I mean, a thick, fat one right here, Tommy. Brandon Cobb living in the creeks in the morning, and then he would fade back out to the main lake. But really, so many fish. If you're to look at the anglers, really the last 2 days of all of our anglers on camera, by far, Brandon Cobb catching the biggest numbers.
Brandon Cobb, a lot of people picking him to win this tournament in advance, and based on what he did over the first 3 days, we knew if the big one showed up for him in any meaningful way that he could run away with this thing, but it just did not seem to happen for him this time around.
No
Still
doubt.
in all, he's a favorite going into the next event coming up from the Santee Cooper Lakes. Man who was far from done. Fantastic career in bass fishing.
As we bring it into the Bassmaster Studios for one last Dakota Lithium Screen and Knowledge hit. When it comes to fantasy fishing, guys, the guys who are at the top obviously get the most points, but we have no idea who will possibly get the bonus points for winning this event. Being able to lead this event, you get some extra points. For Drain the Lake, you will double your points. Hunter Shryock, Drew Benton, Kyoyo Fujita, all within a pound or so of each other. You have no idea until we take it to weigh in who it's going to be. Looking at these, they've all done their job. That's the one cool thing. And honestly, in the last 5 minutes of the day, someone could catch a fish that is very impactful and could take this title from one other competitor.
All right, we don't want any fish left behind, so let's get back out on the water. Pick up Drew Cook.
4 and 5 are the same. 4-pounder.
4-pounder?
Yeah.
Cook doing some major work just to get into the top 10. Just took him so long to get to that 5 and 6 at the end of the day.
What is happening right now, Tommy?
Drew Benton's so close. Wait a minute.
Yes!
Oh, boy.
I mean, he has a bag right now. He had one before this fish.
Yeah, he did.
I think it's gonna bleed. God almighty.
Everybody's got to counter shot each other. They try to make up that deficit. And now Drew Benton's going to be within half a pound unofficially of Hunter Schrock, and we expect Drew to be a little low, especially on 1 or 2 fish.
Smallest fish in his live well's 2 pounds.
No.
He's not going to get
Move.
it done.
Leave or move?
Yep.
I feel like that camera right now. I'm just a little bit disoriented by what all's been going on out there.
It's a little scary. Drew Benton's bass track, not super far off, but all of those fish as evens or just 5 1/4s. 4 O's and 5 1/4s. There's a lot of room to be messed up there.
Oh, boy, just well within the margin of error there. Those 2 scores at the top, Hunter Schrock and Drew Benton. All the more reason to tune into the weigh-in. These guys are checking in 1 minute. They have to be checked in, and shortly after that, Dave Mercer will crank up the weigh-in, 3 o'clock Eastern time, which it is right now for this final one. Mark Zona, what a day.
That was one of the most insane Bassmaster live days we have ever had together, man. What a tournament.
Oh, we will never forget this one. Lake Murray, fantastic. These 10 anglers, unbelievable. We will see you next week. The weigh-in is coming up right now.